All right. My pleasure to call to order the 130th meeting of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. Before we do anything else, I just want to make one announcement, particularly for any members of the press who are here or members of the press who might be watching. Our Director of Communications and Outreach, Elaine Driscoll, as most of you know, is out on maternity leave. She had a baby on Saturday named Shane Alexander Holbrook, and mother and baby are doing well, but she's going to be out for a while. And as an interim Director of Communications and Outreach, we have Hank Shaffrin. Raise your hand, Hank, if anybody doesn't know you. Hank has a long career. He had his own communications and PR firm for years, then was the Senior Vice President for Communications at a big law firm downtown, Dana Bingham McCutcheon, now Bingham, and actually was a part of the team of people that identified and recruited Elaine in the first instance. So he has some familiarity with what we're doing, and he will be here for at least the next 2 or 3 months. And are you using the same cell phone that she had? No.
No, same office phone.
Same office phone.
My cell phone is soon to arrive.
Okay. He doesn't have a cell phone yet. All right. Thank you, Hank. All right. So Commissioner McHugh, you want to go to approval of minutes?
Yes, we have 3 sets of minutes, Mr. Chairman. The first of those is the minutes for July 2, 2014, which was the meeting at which we discussed the city's request to, the City of Boston's request to stop what we were doing until after the referendum. There is a modification, and I apologize, I should have caught this earlier, that I'd like to make, and that is that at 1234, I think it's on page 3, designated 1234, at the 1234 entry of the motion that made by Commissioner Zuniga, that motion was really to designate the following day as the starting date for the process described in 205 CMR 125.016C3. The thought of that's embodied in what's there, but if we revise the language to read as I've just put it, I think the point is a lot clearer. I should have caught that earlier. So I would move the approval of these minutes with a change in the entry for 12:42 p.m. to read as follows. Commissioner Zuniga moved that the Commission designate the following day as the starting date for the process described in 205 CMR 125.016C3.
Second?
Second.
Oh, hi. It's all right. I didn't even notice. Janice, we started without our transcriber, but you knew we were doing that. Okay. Okay. I will recuse myself from this vote since I was not at that meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So it's a 4-0 vote accepting those minutes
As modified.
as modified.
Right. So the second set of minutes we have is for July 10, 2014, which was our regular meeting of 2 weeks ago. And I'd move the approval of those minutes as they appear in the book with the customary reservation of right to correct typographical and other mechanical errors. That's the meeting at which Chairman Crosby participated by telephone for part of the meeting. Most of the meeting, but part of it.
Right.
Second?
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have unanimously.
And then finally, the minutes of the meeting for June 15, 2014, which was the meeting we held a week ago Tuesday to discuss the City of Boston's response to the arbitration process. And again, I would approve those, I would move that those minutes be approved in the form in which they appear with the customary reservation.
I do have a comment on that.
All right.
This is very much in line with the way we keep our minutes, but because it was a very short one-topic agenda with no votes, I am wondering if we would be better or well-served by just including a little summary of what discussion took place, because that's not necessarily reflected here.
It's not reflected at all here. No, there's simply a reference to the
Simply a
transcript.
reference.
It was a brief meeting, and that's the way they were prepared. But we certainly can revise them and submit them for approval at our next meeting and with a summary of what was discussed, if that's the will of the commission.
That would be my preference, but that's just one commissioner.
Other thoughts on that, Commissioner Stebbins or Cameron?
Well, we don't need to debate it. If one of the commissioners wishes to do it that way, let's do it that way. I think that's entirely fitting. So let's take that off the table for today's meeting, and we'll provide that at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have quite a bit of stuff. Just for a fair warning, we are expecting to take a break at around noon for about an hour, and we will be reconvening at 1 o'clock, and we will be, wherever we are in the agenda, we will be starting with item number 4A, which is the research presentation at 1 o'clock, and we're expecting at around 1:30 to 1:45 to have the Secretary of Health and Human Services, John Polanowitz, join us, and we'll have some ceremonial signing at that point. So the schedule will be locked at 1 o'clock. So, Administration, Director Day.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
Good morning.
For this morning, I don't have a general update, but a busy administrative section, so I'd recommend we move right into topic B, if that's acceptable, unless the Commission has general questions.
Sounds fine.
All right. If you refer to tab B, Travel Policy Report, I just had a couple preliminary remarks. The Commission initiated a three-pronged process concerning agency policy: an independent review and comparison of agency travel policy, the review and recommendations regarding financial policy and internal controls, a project to develop a complete policy manual and accountability system with its existing employee handbook as the basis. Of course, in addition to that, all those steps I mentioned above, the Commission has also taken the initiative to revise and adopt an updated version of its employee manual. So for today, we have one of those reports coming to the Commission relative to the comparison of travel policy with other peer agencies and within other agencies in Massachusetts. And for that, I'd like to refer to Derek and Matt Burnham from Accenture. At least Matt's from Accenture, Derek's from here. Thank you. Derek?
Thank you, Rick. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Next to me is Matthew Burnham from Accenture. I'll turn it over to him. I'll be very brief in my comments, which I know everyone will be happy with. And then I'll turn it over to Matthew to explain the process Accenture went through and his team, their background, their qualifications. But just to refresh everyone's memory, in April, we were asked to solicit quotes from a master services agreement to do an independent review of our interim travel policy. We put out quotes to 3 companies off of the statewide contract titled PRF 46. That contract covers management consultants, and we received 2 responses. One response was saying they didn't have the bandwidth. One company responded saying they didn't have the bandwidth to do the work. The second response came from Accenture in the time period. The quote was around $30,000. And the work to be done was take a look at our interim travel policy, take a look at the GSA travel policy, take a look at the state travel policy, and compare us to 2 other jurisdictions. I think Accenture went further to compare to a 3rd jurisdiction, and to come back with any recommendations they may have based on how our policy looked compared to those other ones. We have in front of us a report. Accenture actually complied with the timelines in the request for response we put out. It was our end that was slow in reviewing it just because of the decision being made for Region B. We just didn't have the time to review everything with all the workflow that was going on. But Accenture did deliver the report on time. And I'll turn it over to Matthew now.
Thanks, Derek. Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners.
Morning.
Thanks for having me. As Derek said, my name is Matthew Burnham, and I represent Accenture's management consulting practice. Together with Bill Kilmartin, we analyzed the travel policy, interim travel policy this spring. So today I'll walk you through a high-level summary of our team and the process we went through and some of our findings, and take any questions. So a little bit about our team. Our analysis was led by Bill Kilmartin, who's a veteran of Massachusetts state government with 23 years as a state government employee, including 10 years as your state comptroller. I supported Bill in this project. Bill and I work closely together in Accenture's management consulting practice across state and local government, spending most of our time here in the Commonwealth working with state agencies. Bill sends his regrets. He's on a family vacation today and was unable to attend.
Please give my regards to him when you see
I
him
will,
again.
Chairman. Thank you. A little bit more about our process. I'm going to describe 3 work streams that we went through. These work streams are described in further detail on page 1 of the report in your packets. The first work stream related to collecting and analyzing information from within the Commonwealth. That included interviews with 6 senior members of the Gaming Commission, as well as Commissioner Cameron, to understand their experiences and perspectives on past travel policies of the Commission, as well as their vision for the future final travel policy of the Commission. We also collected and analyzed the current interim travel policy, as Derek mentioned, as well as the House Ways and Means proposal from earlier this spring, and the Massachusetts Red Book. The second work stream related to looking outside the Commonwealth for purposes of peer comparison and review. We spoke with 2 senior members of peer organizations to yourselves and the Nevada Gaming Control Board, as well as the Ohio Lottery Commission, to understand their perspectives on travel policies generally and recommendations for Massachusetts. We also compared the Massachusetts interim travel policy to the travel policies of the gaming control boards or commissions of the states of Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey. We also compared with the United States General Services Administration policies for federal employee travel. The third work stream related to pulling all this together. On pages 3 through 11 of the report in your packets, you'll see a side-by-side comparison of these travel policies, organized by 2 sections, the first being a comparison of the key policy attributes or characteristics, such as whether the policy applies to all staff members and commissioners or just staff members or commissioners, what the requirements are around pre-approval for travel, expense reimbursement, et cetera. And then the second section related to reimbursable expenses, such as domestic meals, international meals, the same for different modes of transit and miscellaneous expenses, and their allowable limits and those things within those categories not allowed for reimbursement across those different travel policies. Based on this assessment, both the side-by-side comparison as well as the interviews with entities inside and outside of the Commonwealth, we concluded that the interim travel policy developed by Derek and his team was in substantive agreement with peer organizations, peer government organizations. We did have 5 relatively minor recommendations that the Commission may want to consider as they finalize their travel policy. Those recommendations are on page 12 of the report. The first recommendation relates to international business class travel. The General Services Administration authorizes international business class travel for flights of longer than 14 hours outside the contiguous U.S. And given input from the interviews and that precedent, we recommended that change be made to the current interim travel policy. The remaining 4 recommendations relate to reimbursable expenses, including tips, airline charges, specifically bag fees, internet access, and the booking of conference hotel rooms at work sites. Those 4 things, 3 of the 4 things were not addressed in the current policy, and we recommended to be more explicit and prescriptive around those things. And the 4th related to tips. We recommended aligning with travel policies across the U.S. of other government organizations and allowing a flexible reimbursement of a reasonable amount rather than a fixed percentage. With those 5 relatively minor recommendations, we think the interim travel policy is very much on target. And we submit these findings and recommendations for the Commission's consideration. Any questions or comments?
Commissioners?
I had one very minor one. And when you say the business class allowed for travel longer than 14 hours, does that mean actually in the air?
It could include a connection, according to GSA. It could include a connection.
Connection.
According to GSA.
Okay.
Anybody else?
I just wanted to say I was fortunate to assist with the project. I think it was well done. The comparison charts, it's always good to know what other agencies are doing. And I think the policy is really sound. It's one we should adopt, with those recommendations.
Yeah, I thought this was really very thorough and presented in an easily understandable format. And I also thought that the sample job aid beginning on page 15 to communicate to people what an overview of what was permissible and not permissible was really very helpful too. So I thought this was a good job.
Anybody else?
I just like the fact they compared us with other jurisdictions. We're not the usual state agency, just based on the type of travel that we do. So it was helpful to look at what other gaming jurisdiction public entities do. So I appreciate the research that went into that element of it.
I agree on that. I thought it was well done. It also, by the way, shows that the interim plan that Derek and his staff put together was pretty good, so that should be noted as well. I had a couple of very minor questions. Do I gather that Nevada Gaming Control Board does compensate for alcohol? Under the not allowed, it doesn't seem to mention that. It's just idle curiosity. I'm not going to suggest we change our system, but,
I would suspect they do not, but it was not explicitly mentioned in their policy.
okay. Then there's several references to Pan Am, use of Pan Am. That's not a leftover thing from an airline that no longer exists, but still in the state books. is
That's
it?
our travel agent.
It's a travel agent.
Oh,
That
correct.
was the state travel agent. When we gave the interim policy over, we're currently going out to procurement. That'll change once we get a official new travel agent. Pan Am could not accommodate billing. They only wanted credit cards, and we'd like to have direct billing. It makes it easier for us to respond to public records requests. So.
Right, okay.
Which is why it shows up in all the other state comparables, because they're an approved vendor for the state.
Right, okay. Yeah, it was,
But using the credit card makes it more transparent, is basically what you're saying.
No, actually, the direct billing does. Using the
Yeah.
credit card is much more difficult because we
Right.
don't have a bill coming from the
Yeah.
company.
Right.
All we have is our credit card statements. It doesn't have all the start,
Right.
end times, whether there was a change in flight. When we get the direct billing, that shows all of those different
Right.
changes.
Got it.
under the personal automobile, it says, if necessary, allowable use, if necessary, and with approval. What does that mean?
Most travel policies we looked at actually prefer the use of official state automobiles, as did the Massachusetts Red Book. The interim travel policy did allow the use of personal automobiles, assuming that it was necessary of the travel itinerary for that individual and had prior approval of supervisors. I believe the automobile policy is covered in a separate document, is that correct?
The automobile policy will be covered in a separate policy. We don't have, this is a constant topic with Director Day. We do not have our two state cars yet, but once we get them, we'll adopt the OVM policies. But there are certain requirements you have to meet in the state to get a state lease car. You have to be using it for over 10,000 miles a year because the lease cost has to be explainable versus a 45-cent variance. Plus, we have enterprise that we can use. The standard rate for a compact car is about $35 a day. Add in taxes, it's around $45. So we'd want a comparison done that says, what are you going to get as far as a mileage reimbursement versus using a enterprise car for the day? Do a cost comparison, whether you're going to go that route. Because if it's going to cost more for private mileage, we should be renting enterprise at that point.
I just
So
don't
there
understand-
should be a comparison
Where-
done
how
at
do
any
you-
point.
When do you approve the use of a personal automobile? I don't understand that.
So if you're doing in-state travel, you should have worked with your supervisor to let them know you're going to be out of your office, you're going to be doing in-state travel, you're going to be going to these locations, and you should be telling them, I'll be driving my car or not driving my car.
So if we have a meeting, a commission meeting out in Springfield, or if we are going out to Springfield to do some official business, we should get prior approval from,
Well, this was a
Rick.
this is a topic that came up, and Rick has delegated that decision-making to his directors. So for the IEB, it's different. They're going to be traveling around all the time.
all right.
Karen can do almost a blanket approval and just do check-ins, where with my staff, if they're traveling out to Plain Ridge or they're traveling out to Suffolk right now, the two spots that they'd
Right.
look to, I would want prior approval from them. I'd want them to tell me they're going, they're going to be using their car, and this is what they're estimating to be.
And what about us?
That's a good
I
question.
mean, should we be doing the cost comparison? In other words, if it's going to take, drive to Springfield and back 180 miles, basically, at whatever the compensation rate is, X dollars, if we could rent an enterprise car for the day, should we be doing that? Is that what this
I would-
report is?
The finance person in me says, yes, you should be taking a look at that. The human being in me says, if you're traveling, you have to come into Boston to pick up an enterprise car, there's not an enterprise location close by to your house that you could pick it up from. No, so it's all a reasonableness expectation. But yeah, you should always be looking at what's going to be least expensive to the
All right.
commission and
So
to our
alternatively,
industry.
could you just put in for reimbursement at the
Yes.
enterprise rate?
Yes, you could. You could.
Yes, or offer a ride to a colleague, which can also,
No, I understand that.
you know, can also
26
save
players, 26
halves.
cars, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
I'll drive into
Like-
Boston and pick somebody up.
Like I've done in the past myself, by the way.
We're getting into the nits here, but this was the only thing that struck me as really kind of, you don't need approval to use your own car to drive to a meeting. That just makes no sense to me.
But that's not, this is about travel. If, say, 3 members of the finance team, there was a meeting, on Cape Cod on finance. So it's just being prudent, making sure your supervisor understands, and if there's a state car available, they'd use the state car. So it really is just a cost savings measure here.
Right.
All right. The overtime for travel, we should have clear guidance. This topic arose as a lesson learned in other states when implementing travel policies. What's that about?
So this came up especially in Nevada around, depending on the classification of the employee, the treatment of overtime during travel may be different. So while it's not in the scope of this assessment to look at overtime policies, based on that conversation with the control board, we recommended that attention be paid to that topic when revising the policies of the commission.
Okay, so that's something you're going to be looking at in a different context.
Correct. Troopty and her team will be taking a look at
Okay.
that.
Okay. Any
Mr.
other-
Chairman, just for
Yep.
the way of process, it was our understanding, and unless there's an objection from the commission, that we would take the Accenture report and incorporate those provisions in the final policy that we'll be bringing back in the full policy manual.
All their recommendations?
Yes, and
Yeah.
we'll just consider them.
Yeah, the recommendations all seem to make sense. They were pretty straightforward. All right. Do we need any action on this?
No, we don't.
All right.
I will just, join my colleagues in thanking, both Derek and our friends from Accenture in the process that they've done. I agree that it's a great, thorough, and well-articulated report.
Thank you. It's our pleasure to be involved.
Say
Thank
hello to
you.
Bill.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I noticed since that another member of the press has come in, I believe, from the New York Times, and I just mentioned that Elaine Driscoll is out having had a baby, and Hank Shaffrin over in the corner here is taking her place while she is out. Okay. What's next?
Mr. Chairman, we'd be to tab C, item C, And behind that tab, there's a presentation, and we will get to that in just a second. What I'd like to do as we start is we are, of course, engaged in a high-performance project, and I wanted to take just a minute, because I oftentimes refer to our high-performance team along with our consultants, and so I wanted to identify here who those are, along with Commissioner Cameron, Commissioner Zuniga, of course, Derek Lennon, Catherine Blue, Tripti Banda, and myself, and we're supported by Marianne Dooley. So that reinforces who that high-performance staff team is, and that staff team basically is taking a look at everything as it's produced by the consultants, and it doesn't go before the commission until that team has concurred in that recommendation.
And let me just interject that this presentation came up growing out of a very casual conversation between me and Director Day, where I was saying, you know, what are the key data points that we're going to be measuring? Have we talked about? And I thought it might be useful for the commissioners to sort of brainstorm about, you know, what are the key measures that we ought to be looking at to think about our success or failure of our operations, not knowing where that was in the process. Turns out that was probably a little bit out of time. You know, there's going to be a place for that, but it led to us getting an update on this whole proposal, which I think is a really good idea. Anyway, so that was how this all sort of came about, and I didn't mean to be putting my foot into the middle of a plan without, you know, paying any attention. So, fire ahead.
Actually, it'll work really good because it'll allow us this morning to provide two segments. The first one, we've asked our consultants to update our current status on our policy and accountability project. And then the second part of that, once that's completed, will be a short discussion and PowerPoint regarding goals, supporting goals, and measures. So that'll kind of help introduce that topic. And then from there, it'd be up to the commission if you wanted to discuss that for any great length of time. But I think it will give an idea of what's coming, what the next parts of this project are, and what they're meaning to establish. So what I'd like to do, though, is one of the things that our consultants are here today is to identify completed or first deliverable, and that deliverable is recommended to by our high-performance team I just referred to. And what it is the table of contents listing the policies, and then a policy template that each policy will put into that form. So we thought it would be a good first step for the commission to take a look at that list. And it's not, all those policies have not been drafted yet, but it's a high-performance team and the consultants have went together and said, this is the total list of what we would recommend as a policy manual to the commission. If you consider it and if you approve, that'll allow us to move forward with development of each of those policies, which we will return hopefully not each individually, but in groups back to the commission for your consideration. So with that, what I'd like to do is introduce Ed Burke and Russ Meekins to give you an update and review of the material in your packet. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Good morning, Commissioners. Good to be here today. As Director Day was saying, we have a few quick things to cover. I'm going to talk about the Human Resources Project and the work that we've been doing with the High Performance Team, kind of give you an update and tee up the two deliverables that were mentioned. Then I'm going to turn it over to Russ, and Russ is, I think, actually, Chairman, this is a good timing to start thinking about the performance management aspects of the project. So what Russ is going to do is kind of give kind of a quick preview of the approach we're going to take, some of the issues that are going to be before you shortly as we get moving on this in the fall. If I could go to the next slide, our approach basically is a three-legged stool, if you will, for all of the work that we're doing. The first piece is the guidance that we get directly from the Commission and Commission staff. Your experience, your knowledge, your perspective on what we're doing. As Director Day mentioned, we're working closely with the High Performance Team, and they're providing that input into the process. We also bring in statutory guidance, looking at compliance and best practices and what other organizations are doing as a way of informing the process. And then we bring a significant amount of competency and deep knowledge. Bob Carroll and Guy Michael are behind me. They are experts in the gaming industry and have seen it across the country. Russ and I and our team have deep expertise in performance management, human resources consulting, and other things like that. Next slide, please. In fact, I think you have one more slide. There are 4 pieces to the project overall. The first deals with personnel processes and the employee accountability system. There will be a goals and objectives section. Could you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Laying it out on the Gantt chart, as you see here, we are well underway on the first piece, the personnel processes, and that's what I'll be talking about now. We're looking to start within the next month or so on the goals and objectives piece, which would be the first major piece of the performance management and strategy development section, followed up later in the fall with the expanded strategy plan. So the second piece of our presentation we haven't started yet, but we're getting ready to talk about. If you look at the next slide, focusing on the human resources piece of the project, most of our work so far has been around developing policies, coming up with a master list of policies, looking at what other agencies are doing, and so forth. And the team is currently cranking away at actually pulling the policies together, drafting policies that are needed as they go forward. And as Director Day mentioned, we have a review process that is basically an assembly line with you as the final step. So as we have policies completed, we will bring, in batches, policies up for your review. On the next slide, I wanted to mention there are a number of other tasks that are in the human resources section that we are also working on. We're in the process of developing job descriptions for everyone in the organization and prospectively for new hires as they come forward. We're working on a salary classification plan, bringing it in line with what other state agencies are doing. We've done a fair amount of work on developing an information technology strategy for human resources. So we've been working with John Glennon and his staff. We've had a number of meetings on that. We're working on a systems architecture. We've had some preliminary discussions with the Human Resources Division at the state level, looking at what they have available. And we will be coming at some point before the Commission with recommendations in terms of what the suite of IT solutions should be for supporting HR going forward. As part of that, we're also looking at a number of quick hits. We're trying to make for an average organization, there's a certain amount of recruiting and other work like that goes on. You're not average in any respect. There's so much activity here, a tremendous amount of job searches currently and going forward. There will be a number of new ones. So what we're trying to do is where possible, come up with some solutions, ideas, technology to make the job easier and tracking easier for all of those activities. On the next slide, let me talk a little bit about the policy section and really how we perform the work. We started with the existing employee handbook, which I'll talk about in a moment. We developed a large policy master list spreadsheet, which we've worked with the high performance team over the last couple of months. We looked at statewide policies, looked at the Red Book and other examples from the Human Resources Division. We looked at 2 peer agencies that are, authorities and separate from the executive branch, similar to the Mass Gaming Commission, and to see what their policy approaches looked like. One was Massport and the other was the Mass Water Resources Authority. We also looked at 2 peer gaming agencies in Michigan and Washington and did a comprehensive review of their policy approach with particular attention to gaming-specific policies, things that went on there. We also
excuse me.
Yes.
Was there any particular reason why you picked Michigan?
In discussions with the high-performance team, those were the two that were suggested. So we came up with a number of different options. Michigan is also, as a state, has a fairly sophisticated performance management approach statewide, as Massachusetts does. And we've had a number of discussions. In fact, we have monthly conference calls with the team in Michigan, just comparing notes in general. So not just on gaming, but for other state activities.
My understanding of Michigan is also that it's a very comparable in size and number of operations to Massachusetts. So it's and a fairly, recent, commission.
Yes, exactly. We also looked at federal and state law requirements to make sure that the commission is in compliance with all applicable rules and human resource best practices just from other places. We have a couple of HR professionals on the team, one in particular, Joan Kuhn, who is a consultant in HR but worked for many, many years with Partners Healthcare and a number of other places, so she brings private sector as well as government experience to that. On the next slide, I guess a couple of quick findings. The existing list of policies, I think, gave the Commission a very good starting point. For the most part, the policies were accessible. Some of them need a little bit further development. A few of them we thought were actually very well done. The expanded ethics code for MGC, we think, is probably the best in the country in terms of the comprehensiveness of it, and could be used as a national model for that. So there's some very good news from that respect. If we go to the next slide, there were some things that that did come out of the process. There are a number of policies that don't exist that the team felt are needed. So we've identified an additional 30 policies which will be drafted from scratch using best practices and other models. In some cases, the existing policies were not fleshed out enough, so part of the process will be going through reviewing, reformatting, and otherwise updating those policies. And we are basically going to put this together into a new and a formal policy manual, which will have all of the policies in one place, and ultimately that will be the final deliverable from the project that we'll have you review and consider. If we go to the next slide, there are basically three categories of policies we have included in the appendix, as opposed to going through all of them individually. In the appendix of the document that you have in front of you is the table of contents, or the master list of policies that will be in the eventual policy manual. There are 113 policies in total. There are 3 different categories of work that we're doing right now. As I mentioned, there are 30 new policies that we're drafting. 5 of those have been reviewed and approved through the high-performance team. We have another batch of 9 which are under review right now by MGC HR, and the remainder, the other half, are basically currently under development. There are 48 policies that are in the existing employee handbook. Those are being reformatted. We're reviewing them to see if there's suggestions or changes that might make sense, but those will be put in the final manual. And then finally, the final categories is using Commonwealth policy. In a number of cases, it makes sense to, instead of developing a policy at the MGC level, pointing to existing state policies as being the point of reference that we will use. That particularly makes sense. For example, the Group Insurance Commission, where a lot of the employee benefits comes from, has policies that tie to each of those benefit cases. So instead of developing policies here, the manual will refer onto those. The next page is this is the format that we'll be using going forward. It was one of the deliverables of the project. As you can see, it's relatively straightforward, and we've been using it as we've been developing the policies and bringing them forth. So I guess I would pause at this point, Rick, and ask for questions and see where we want to go from here. Again, the 2 things for your consideration are this template, which you have in front of you, and the the policy master list, which is in the appendix, which lists all the policies which we will be developing.
I just had one sort of high-level question. 113 policies, who's supposed to know those?
Well, outside of the Human Resources Department, I think the policies differ in terms of how they'll be used. A large number of them relate to things like benefits, kind of basic blocking and tackling sort of policies that you will find in almost any organization. So everything from maternity leave to all sorts of different options for contributions made from payroll for, college funds or what have you. Each of those requires policies, but they're not particularly complicated or complex. I think one of the things that we did, and as I mentioned, 35 of them we're pointing directly at the state. In that case, there's not really any effort on the part of the Mass Gaming Commission in terms of updating and mandating the policies. We're just applying those as they work. But the remainder of them apply as they, as certain situations come up.
My question was a little flip. How do you, if you're dealing with that many, I can understand why, this is a complicated world we live in. I can understand why you may need 113 separate policies, given state law, federal law, local requirements. How do you go about deciding who needs to really understand them? Is it something that all employees ought to know and understand? And once you've made that decision, and maybe I'm getting ahead of myself and all of ourselves, how do you penetrate the workforce, ourselves included, and have an understanding of them at the ready?
Well, one of the things that the intake process does currently is to highlight key policies in terms of ones that are very important that we want every employee to know. In fact, there are sign-off sheets that new employees must complete. Say they've reviewed, for example, the ethics policy and understand all of the implications of it. There are a number of other policies like that that are highlighted. So there are a few that are very important, and we want to make sure everyone is not only aware of but has reviewed as they come into the organization. The vast majority of them, though, apply only in certain circumstances. So if with Elaine Driscoll, for example, is now on maternity leave. So it would apply to, in that case, you would look at and review that policy, see what the approach is and how it will apply in her case. Generally speaking, the policies, we haven't formally received approval about how to publish these yet, but most state agencies actually put them online now. There's an intranet option so that any employee can go and review existing policies as they apply, as there are things that they need to know.
And so part of the acclimation process would be to help people understand when they need to go look at a policy.
Yes.
I mean, I'm thinking of situations in which a person may not even know that there's a policy, and there is in fact some, but part of the promulgation process would be to acclimate people to those sort of contents.
Yes, in fact, one of the things that we're planning on doing with the rollout, once we have the policy manual in place, is some sort of training process for the directors and other supervisors around the Gaming Commission to make them aware of the existence of the new policy manual and kind of take them through, if you will, the procedures around how to use policies, when to go to HR, where the policies are available for review and so forth.
Thank you.
One thing that I believe is going to be very helpful in conjunction with having, all of these on electronic format in an intranet or searchable database, if you will, is the format that you articulate here on page 12. For example, there's applicability, and to whom does that apply is something that, at some point, hopefully in the near future, somebody can search everything that applies to them.
Yes.
And then you can filter or index or, maybe the detail is hidden, and if it catches your eye, you can see the detail, or you can hide it because I am not planning on going on maternity leave, for example. But it is a process, obviously, that you have helped us undertake. So.
Thank you.
Ed, I have a quick question going back to, kind of the information you're pulling together, existing Massachusetts HR policies from other jurisdictions. But I'm also intrigued by incorporating potential private sector HR best practices. And based on your experience, knowing how much overlaying regulation and guidelines and everything else that's already being dictated to us, kind of what percentage of those private sector HR best practices have you witnessed kind of being able to find a way into our policies?
They're actually, almost all of the policies that we do are kind of a hybrid, so we're taking ideas from multiple sources. But there, for example, one of the things that we'll be working on is an employee appraisal system, and how we're going to be actually reviewing, evaluating, motivating MGC employees. And so for that, we're looking at a number of different models in terms of how that works. The state has its own approach, but we will be borrowing from private sector examples in terms of recommendations for how reviews are done, how often they're done, are they going to be multiple ones per year, and so forth. So we incorporate those where it makes sense. I think, for the most part, state agencies, being large, complex organizations, have a full suite of policies available. So there's almost always something to start with from that standpoint.
But we have that flexibility as any other state agency or commission would to kind of adapt to what's best for us, as long as we don't completely fly in the face of existing state HR regulations.
Yeah, one of the key things, we do not want to break precedent we keep coming back to maternity leave, but that's just continue using that as an example. You want to use existing precedents, examples of where the state has applied certain rules in certain ways. If the commission decides to go in a different way, we want to be very aware that we're making that kind of decision. For the most part, we want to stick within the overall state guidelines to see how they work. I think the travel policy that was discussed earlier is an example of where Mass Gaming has kind of some unique aspects to what they're doing as compared to other state agencies. One of the reasons we looked at Mass Water Resources Authority, for example, is you have a lot of very specific skills. You need to get experience in the gaming industry, people who have experience in a number of aspects of that are not going to be necessarily found in Massachusetts. So you need to look at outside for expertise and to bring in people like that. Places like the Mass Bay Transit Authority, the Mass Water Resources Authority have similar situations. So when you're looking at hiring, sourcing, relocation, those sorts of policies, those tend to be good places to look for precedents.
Okay, great, thank you.
Commissioners, I do want to emphasize that the whole concept is that, and Commissioner McHugh, I think you identified it, is we're kind of at the beginning, really. We've got a list of policies that we anticipate producing. As we produce those policies, we bring those to the commission. Once the commission approves policies, then we kind of put them in the queue. But the idea is the policies really don't do much good unless your staff are trained. And so we train staff. We wouldn't necessarily train staff on every detail in each one of those policies. We'd identify a little bit like we did with the employee handbook revisions, those that affect the staff the most, or most likely to affect the most staff, train those, and then make sure we identify how you can access them. That's one thing I think the key now to policy. It used to be you had to go to the big policy manual and go through the table of contents till you found it, but now with the ability to put this kind of policy manual onto the intranet for staff's use, I think it'll be really helpful so we can make sure we train, and then if staff have a question regarding whatever it is, recognition, grievances, whatever they might have, they can actually just go right to the electronic version and read the policy as it applies. And I think that'll be a lot more helpful than trying to continue. Of course, we've got to update that policy.
Right.
So what we are hoping is that the list of, or the policy template on page 12, and the policies as listed by title on pages 27 through 30 of the appendix, that the commission would grant us an approval of those so we can move forward and work on development of each one of those policies.
I am familiar with the appendix, but I don't know that they were included in the packet.
Yeah, it is.
It is?
Yeah, they're there.
Oh, then I missed it.
Yeah. Well, it is in mine.
See how familiar
They're under the appendix, and then they're numbered page 27 through 30.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Got it.
So you're seeking approval for this list of policies with substance to be developed?
Yes. And a policy template that we'll use for format
Yeah.
for each one of those
Yeah.
policies.
All right, you ready to go ahead on your second part of the consultant report? Or do you want that right now?
I thought we could.
Oh, okay.
If that's all right, we could
I don't
do it
know if
right
we need
now.
a vote on that, do we?
Well, I think it would be appropriate because we are going to start quite a bit of work, and it's official format of the commission, have all the logos on it and all that good stuff.
All right. Well, personally, I haven't had a chance to try to figure out whether there's anything missing here, but I can't imagine.
How could there be?
Can't imagine that there is, right?
5 pages of it.
Hence, that's what your high-performance team was doing.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, a lot of work has gone into this
Oh,
and a
all right.
lot of debate, and so I can
Okay.
assure you that this is a comprehensive list that's been
Right.
well-studied. So I would move that we accept the new policies to be further developed by the project management team.
Second,
Second.
That includes the template, Commissioner
and
Cameron.
the template on page 12.
And the template on.
And the template on page 12.
I re-second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it unanimously.
Chairman Crosby, before we go on to the next segment, I just wanted to toss this process out because we've talked about it in the high-performance team, but it's the process approval. I'm assuming that was what the commission would prefer, but I think I better at least re-review that and make sure my assumption is not incorrect. What the concept would be as we brought the policies forward, and I might just go back to make sure we re-emphasize that what's in that list, a significant portion is already in our handbook, so it's a matter of reformatting and then amending where it needs to be more detailed. There are then another significant portion of those that we would be recommending adopt the current state policy, state of Massachusetts policy, and then there are, I think, about 30 brand-new policies. So from what concept I've been working with, we'd want to bring those back to the commission in some fashion for your initial approval. From there, relative to revisions and updates and those kind of things of the policy, I'm assuming or suggesting that you delegate me the authority to do that part of the process plus sign the policies. Any substantive changes to the policies would need to come back to the commission. And possible another thing to think of would be the possibility of delegating to me ability to have a temporary policy for 60 days or something to that effect. But that's, we don't need to make any formal decision with that today, but it's kind of the direction that I'm suggesting you might want to go.
Okay, sounds reasonable.
Now I'm done interrupting and
All
we're
right.
ready for the sentence.
I'm going to turn it over to my partner Russ here, Russ Meekins, who I think most of you know, to talk about the performance management aspects and strategy that we're about to start.
Chairman Crosby, Commissioners, good morning.
Good morning.
I know we're, in the interest of time, I recognize that some of this detail here you've seen before at other times, and we wanted to have, a sort of a complete, coherent presentation that you could have and take with you. But I'm going to be moving over it rather quickly, but please feel free to ask questions, interrupt, or whatever if you have anything, to ask or want more clarification on. So our approach to performance management, the three work streams that come after the HR work stream, is based upon the state of Massachusetts formal performance management life cycle. And you see on the next slide here that the goal of it and the goal of any performance management activity really is to enhance efficiency, effectiveness, and equity, to really improve upon or optimize the amount of public transparency, accountability, and openness of the processes, provide summary information and dashboards that management can make, can rapidly see what the situation is and make very good data-driven, evidence-driven decisions, and detailed performance reports that provide all sorts of information for about the commission and the activities it oversees. So that's the ultimate goal of where we're going to. Now, our approach, as I mentioned previously, we would be considering all that's gone past, all the frameworks, the statutes, the regulatory environment, everything that exists currently, all the decisions that you've already made, and which is a significant amount, the data that you're already collecting, the strategic plans that you've already put together, that's all input into where we would start. And then we would, driven from that, we would work with you to basically reconfirm reconfirm those things that are already done, and to codify new things so that we would have the mission, vision, goal, sub-goals, actions from top to bottom of what the commission wants to accomplish and is going to accomplish in all of its activities. In each case, we would then attach measures and targets to each one of those. And I'll talk in a minute about why that particular approach has tremendous management power. Basically, what we talk about here is the goals, sub-goals, and actions, and attaching these measures. And that really is the fundamental to success. And the key, if you had to think about it in one aspect at all, it's really outcome-based goals. So a lot of times, if people have existing goals, we have to reconfigure them a little bit so that they're measurable. We need to have goals that talk about the results you're trying to achieve, not just some good idea, but what are the exact results you're trying to achieve. In the next slide, we'll be going over this in great detail when we work closely with you and getting all your input and trying to use this. But it's important to think about, how do you develop a goal that works effectively in a performance management, results-driven organization, a high-performance organization. And really, there's some examples here, not from the Gaming Commission, but from other places around the state, that are actual goals that people have put together that conform to what our checklist, what makes it good, which is that it's outcome-oriented, it's measurable, it's specific, it has a time horizon, and when you write it, it's easy to understand, and it has what we call a directional verb: increase, decrease, maximize, different things like that, so you know what you're really trying to accomplish. Now, one of the things I'd like to just mention while we're sitting here is that I'm sure you know that you are collecting great amounts of data, and you have taken steps to increase the amount of data and information that you're going to be generating over the years. And what we're talking about really with performance management, the difference with just sort of the normal organization that has lots of data and really becomes awash in data, something like the MWRA, they have performance management and they really need it. And you do too, because you're going to have so much data, much more than even sort of the normal state organization. And so what performance management provides is a structure, a relevant structure that can identify what the key kinds of data is for your decisions. Now, lots of other people, in the organization are going to need data for different things, and that's going to exist, and we're not going to change that or anything like that. But we'll be able to identify for the goals of the organization, for the sub-goals of the organization, for the actions that support that, what is the data that you need, what's the evidence that you need to make your decisions. And you'll see that when you have that in a certain format, in that structure that we provide, it will provide you information you otherwise wouldn't get, and it will provide you the ability to see problems and fix problems that you wouldn't otherwise know until they blow up. And this is why performance management is so effective. So continuing on, we use this structure to try to show that there's a logical hierarchy, and really the power of performance management comes from the connection between the superordinate goals, that we may have 5 or 10 of those, the sub-goals, in each case, each goal may have 5 or 10 or even more sometimes. If your goal is, economic development, you're going to have a lot of sub-goals, for example. And then all the things you have to do to accomplish that, all the projects, all the activities, everything under that. And they're all linked together in a logical hierarchy. So you say, this is my goal. What are all the things I have to do to achieve that? Okay, of those sub-goals. take each one. What are all the things I have to do to achieve that? And that becomes this logical hierarchy. So once we have that hierarchy, then you put measures at each level. So you need to find a way to measure whether or not you're achieving your goal. And it's actually a difficult question. I mean, there'll be a lot of debate, I think, in terms of like, what's the exact way to measure? Sometimes you have a goal, and there are some things that it's beyond your control. So should that be the measure, or should the measure be something that you more closely control but isn't exactly that? Sometimes you have a great idea for a measure, but there's no data available. Can you generate that data? For example, we're not collecting, information about crime statistics related to casino development or casino activities. In the future, you might want to do that, and Commissioner Cameron has talked about that. That would be something that you might want to do. But sometimes you have a good idea for a measure, but you can't. There's no data available. So when that's the case, sometimes you have to go to a proxy measure. So there's a lot of discussion that you'll have to make decisions about. What are the measures to really show whether you're achieving your goal? What are the measures you're going to use to show that you're achieving your sub-goal? And what are the actions? And then, of course, the next level would be targets. We don't just want to create jobs. We want to create a certain number of jobs or a certain increase in the number of jobs, et cetera. So to provide an example, again, this has to be illustrative because our process would be that we'd be working with you to identify all these things. But just to give you sort of an idea of what it might be like, looking at the statute, these key principles are there. So let's assume that these are really something like goals, and you chose one of your goals would be maximum long-term value to the Commonwealth. Now, I think if we were doing it with you, we'd try to rephrase that in a way that was more specific to what we're talking about. But let's just use that for now. And turning to the next slide, we've then put that into our format here. So you say, okay, for maximizing value to the Commonwealth, what are the goals underneath that? And there are many. There could be, again, 10, 15, 20 things that you would have to do to do that. And we'd have to think through all of that. Now, I should have said, and I didn't, in this logical hierarchy, it has to be comprehensive. If you miss one thing, then it's going to weaken the power of performance management because you don't have it on your list. So you could be accomplishing everything else and not the one thing that's missing. So one of our approach is to make sure that we cover everything. We call it mutually exclusive, comprehensively exhaustive, that you don't forget anything and you don't double count anything. So, but looking at this level of sub-goals, let's just say one of them that you might come up with would be to create new jobs. Well, if you're going to do that, then there'd be a whole list of potential actions that you would look at underneath that. For example, it might be your establishment of the Casino Careers Institute, collaborating with workforce development boards, and many, many other things that we might come up with would be the, maximizing to do that. We look at measures, so, okay, well, at the top level, then the measuring of the maximizing value of the Commonwealth, maybe you'd think that the tax revenues would be a way to look at that, or the percent increase in local aid, stimulation of small business development, or some net value kind of impacts, because, it really is the net value, not you have to subtract the costs that people have to increase costs, that has to be subtracted from the total. So that will be a really robust discussion because there's lots of ways you could measure, and it's important just to pick the ones that really make a difference.
I think just on that, we're kind of putting some categories in there. So, for example, the tax revenue is just kind of the top line of what's coming in from the casino. The next one, the statute envisions a number of uses for the revenue that's coming in, for education, for transportation, for local aid. So you would have some reporting on that, on actually the impact that casino activity is having on those outcomes, really, that you're driving towards. The stimulation of small business development is looking at kind of the broader picture. What are the consequential impacts of having a casino in a given area in terms of surrounding businesses, restaurants, hotels, economic activity, and so forth. So as you can see, it would get pretty large when you start looking at all of it, particularly with this sort of goal.
So anyway, I think you get the picture here, and you can see those, and this is just illustrative. So the next slide shows a really important point here, which what we try to do, what we call the cascade. It's very difficult to do, but those of you that have been in organizations where you've accomplished it, it's very powerful, which is to start from the top and have these goals and all the hierarchy there, and then to drive that down through each successive level of the organization, down to the program level, and then into the individual personnel level, so that the personnel evaluation systems reflect, some of those goals. And Ed worked on this, and it was a tremendous success at the state level. We had a 100% compliance that every person at the manager level in the state of Massachusetts has at least one of the organization's goals as within their personal evaluation matrix. So that's the kind of thing that when you align the goals from the top to the bottom, everybody's moving in the same direction. And then when you measure it, you can find out where the problems are and go right to that level and say, okay, this particular unit or this particular program is not moving in the right direction, and what should we do about it? The next slide is a graphic depiction of what we would call a root cause analysis. And again, one of the powerful things from a management perspective that you get with this logical hierarchy is that, let's say that you have a goal and you're looking at it and you're measuring it, and your measure says you're not achieving it. So you then look at the sub-goals, because supposedly if you achieve all the sub-goals, you're going to achieve this goal. That's the logic. So then you find in this example here, one of the sub-goals is not being achieved. So then you look underneath that and you look at all the things that you were supposed to do to achieve that sub-goal, and in this example, one of those is not being achieved. The ones not being achieved are highlighted in red. So the beautiful part about this is that you can drill down in a root cause analysis and find out what the problem is in a way that you would never see before because you wouldn't have been measuring it. You can then address that action, which will then achieve that sub-goal, which will then achieve your superordinate goal. And that's the way that you can have continuous improvement over time. As a practical matter, the way this is presented is shown in the next slide here, where we have multiple ways of doing this, but this is an example of an actual dashboard that we've created. And you see you have a goal here on the side, and these icons here, the circle, square, and triangle, are showing green for achieving the target, yellow for close to target, and red for not achieving the target. So as top-level management, you can look at that dashboard and instantly say, well, tell me about the statewide average branch wait times. There seems to be a problem there. And you can drill down into that and try to find out what it is. It's not that you'd ignore the other ones, but you'd feel satisfied that, well, you're achieving these things. These were our targets, and we're doing it. It looks pretty good, and you don't have to waste too much time on that. And this would all be presented, and the next slide shows our graphic for this, is that would be presented in meetings before you, and even meetings of personnel and staff, different arrangement of staff underneath, depending on what level you're dealing with. But it would come to you in these dashboards and these performance reports on some sort of frequency basis. It might be quarterly, say, for example. The Department of Transportation is really very effective on its quarterly public accountability meetings where they go through every one of their goals and see how they're doing, and they show it, and they address them and take actions. And so the question is, how's everything going? What's the problem? What actions can be taken to remedy it? That's done in an open session, and then you track it. The next session, you get information about, well, we had these 4 tasks, these 4 actions that we wanted to take in order to remedy a problem. Give us an update on that. And that's how you would use it once we get it installed. I'm sorry for going through so quickly, but that's a quick overview.
Okay. I had a question on slide number 23. You alluded to some of these perhaps
Yes.
earlier, even prior to this slide. But is it possible that you go down from the goal to the sub-goal after you've been measuring the actions and the goals and the sub-goals, and then realize that one of those actions actually does not necessarily translate into the sub-goals?
Yes. It happens all the time.
Right. Help me understand how there is that loop. You made an assumption initially that was going to be the
Yes.
case.
Yes.
But it doesn't, through no fault of anybody taking the particular action.
Right, that's really a great question, because I should have mentioned that, the whole theory behind this is that this is an ongoing activity. It's a management activity. It's a way of managing that sort of is a common sense idea that if you're trying to accomplish things, you should check and see how you're doing. But as part of that, it's continuous improvement. So you can find lots of things. For example, you can find out that you thought there were 5 sub-goals, but you missed one. You can find that out, and that's happened. The best example of that is that since 1993, they pretty much had it in transportation, figured out what you do to reduce accidents. But along came texting while driving, and all their goals, that they had these 23 areas that you're supposed to do, and then you will reduce, and they had done it since 93, had been going down, down, and down, and all of a sudden there's this spike. And so that told them something, and obviously they wasn't too long till they figured out it was
So in that
distracted
area,
driving.
the actions would be things like, drunk driving enforcement, speed law enforcement, using seatbelts, et cetera. They had a whole program of, if a state takes these actions, you're going to reduce highway fatalities. And they started to see this spike, and then this sort of analysis is what gets them to, we've got a new problem.
And that's why you see all this activity in terms of distracted driving, because that's really the new driver in that area. So you may find that. You also may find out that you had it wrong. Now, it's actually a lot harder than this graphic looks to come up with this hierarchy and keep everything at its right level. Because a lot of times people will have like 6 things across, but one of them is really a subset of the other, and you need to put it in its right level. So that's what we would help you with doing. But you may find out that your assumptions are wrong, which is a finding. It's a really good finding, because if you thought it was this and it's not working, then you have to say, what did we do wrong? And that will allow you maybe to come up with the idea that we're missing something, or what we thought was important wasn't working, or something like that.
The other interesting piece here that we really didn't, I know this is a quick overview, is how this affects people, personnel. When people understand what they're supposed to be doing and how they fit into the bigger plan, it's just much more effective. It's also very helpful in organizations such as ours, where there are regional operations. So everyone's not housed in the same place where they get the same information, but you're in an off-site and you're comparing one operation to another. And are they measuring the same things? It really helps with how many folks, the efficiency of the operation. How many people do you need to perform at a high level? That helped tremendously in policing. We used to staff based on, well, we've always done it that way. We always had 35 troopers at that barracks. But when you look at the workload and the analysis, those staffing numbers should change. It helped us tremendously with overtime, because you could, when there's a problem that needs resources, you could reassign personnel based on actual real-time data. And your point about what data do we look at is really important, because data is overwhelming. If you don't understand what pieces are important, the dashboard piece is critical. And I think that's an added benefit. You solve problems, but you're much more efficient as an organization.
Right, and that would be the process. We'd be working with you very closely to try to identify what are the key pieces of data that need to be looked at and keep you forward. And then you have a lot of things going on that we need to connect to. You have socioeconomic baselines and data being generated. You have a lot of information from the host communities that's going to be generated. A lot of information, a tremendous, overwhelming amount of data coming from the casino systems when they are generated. You really can't. It's a fire hose of. You really can't make sense of it unless you have some framework that says what's important, what do I need to make decisions, how am I going to move things forward and achieve the targets that we want in terms of benefiting the Commonwealth.
What is the timeline, Russ, when would we be at the end of this?
There's a
process?
Gantt chart up above. I think it's the 3rd slide, maybe? Second slide. 5. Excuse me.
Chairman Crosby, right at this point, we're anticipating our consultant team should start moving us into the second phase regarding goals and sub-goals here as we start in maybe around in September, anytime now, actually. And then the part after that would be to expand the strategic plan and goals and actions that are in that. That will go through this fiscal year. At this point, we don't anticipate getting into the formal performance tools sections until fiscal year 2016. So it's kind of the goals and objectives start now, then probably later in the fall, November-ish, somewhere in there, then we start in the more detailed development of what supports the strategic plan, which is a part of the foundation we're talking about. And then once we get further on into that, in the next fiscal year, we start bringing in the formal tools. That's at least that's a quick description.
This Gantt chart's been generated mindful of the tremendous demands on your time, but there are things that we can start doing now in terms of the background information and generating to be prepared for when time becomes available for working with you.
Is there, I mean, so the system isn't fully up and running until December of 2015, which is almost a year and a half from now. Is there any point, and this is not a rhetorical question, it's really a question, is there any point in identifying X critical variables that we really ought to be aware of now over the course of the next 18 months or 20 months?
If I might, Mr. Chairman, this goals and objectives, the one that starts pretty soon now, that's its objective, is to do that, is to identify not just the goal hierarchy like I talked about, but the data the key data that we need to be looking for. Now, whether some of that data, collecting it knowing you need it is one thing, being able to collect it is another. So, but we will at least have identified it, and then you can take the steps that you can decide what to do about getting it right away.
So by November, you're expecting to have a comprehensive list of organizational goals?
Yes, and then we'll identify at least the key data that goes with that, so that you wouldn't, and it'll be, we'll be doing this together, but it'll be something that it will take you through the process so that you'll be sure that you're not missing something that you should be collecting.
Right. So come November or December, we could look at those comprehensive goals and to see whether there's anything. I mean, for example, just comes to mind, how quickly are we granting licenses? What's the time frame? Background checks, how long does it take us to onboard new personnel? Those are the kinds of things. All three of them are issues that we know we've wrestled with. And maybe we would want to have some simple hierarchy of dashboard, in effect, or data points, even as soon as the end of this year, that we would.
Well, what you would have would be the goal to do it, and then the target. So if your timeline would be a certain amount of time for a background check, that would be a target, and then the data would then show you how well you're doing in achieving that target.
Yeah. There's two conflicting. One is you don't want to muck up the process and just sort of do it part way, but you also don't want the perfect to be the enemy of the good. If there are important things that we really ought to have our fingers on now, it's certainly worth thinking about that sometime in the next very few months, okay.
Absolutely.
And part of the process would also to look at some key decisions that you've already made, some key processes that you've already been through. We talked briefly at the high performance team last week about this. For example, the site selection and the work that's been done in Springfield. If you look at it from an economic development standpoint, there are many decisions that were made that are very consistent with, for example, the examples we were using about providing, creating value for the Commonwealth. So we would look at, what is important about how that was done, what are you anticipating being some of the benefits from that, and how would you measure it as it starts to roll forward into operation?
One of the things that I didn't mention, but just to maybe remind you that we talked about previously, is that it isn't just really enough to generate data. The data has to be in a format, and quality that can be useful. So we've talked about before that data in context becomes information. Data by itself is maybe not useful at all. It just overwhelms you. You don't know what to do with it. Some data is, but a lot of it isn't. Data in context becomes information. Information with analysis becomes actionable intelligence that you can take action on. And that's what we're talking about. So there's a step in our process that will be, after you collect the data, you transform it into the form that you need it, and then you analyze it so that it makes sense. And again, to use a transportation example, which we do because it's something everybody has experience with, you might be collecting mortality data, and there was a bus crash, which was a serious, an outlier in a sense, a horrible tragedy, and 30 people died. Well, you have to have the analysis to say, well, overall, we're still, on a multivariate regression analysis, we're still on track, but there was this one outlier, or there was one, or there was a gap in data. Different problems have to be understood so that you're not getting data that misleads you in a decision that's not correct. So we have, that's a major component of this, that you have to set up that ability to analyze that data.
I assume, or I'm also hoping, that this huge fountain of data that's coming in for our performance management opportunities we can also look to what are those ways that we can take that data and tie it into our annual research agenda and ongoing
Absolutely.
research effort.
Well, it's imperative that that happen. Absolutely, Commissioner. In fact, that would be, those things have to be integrated.
Okay.
All right, this is great.
Yeah, it's really a great explanation of
Yeah.
what we're up to.
Thank you.
Really very helpful.
It's very exciting to
Very, very
get it,
powerful, yeah.
actually get there. Thank you.
Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you.
Thank you all.
Mr. Chairman, I could take us into our next topic if you wanted to move ahead while our staff team was moving into place.
Yeah, I think
Unless you want to take a break.
the CMS
Yes.
system, yeah. If we can possibly get that done, I think we have to stop at 12:15 because that'll give us 45 minutes for lunch because we do have to reconvene at 1. So let's see if we can get CMS. If we can't finish it, we'll just pick it up again after lunch.
Let me take just a couple quick minutes here then. Our next topic is the central management system. It's under tab D. Our staff team working on this project has put in a lot of miles and worked to get to this point in the examination of this regulatory tool. I would like just take a few minutes to introduce our team. John Glennon, our CIO, an experienced leader in technology in Massachusetts. Derek Lennon, our CFAO, likewise experienced leader in state government finance administration. Kathy Barch, our licensing assistant director. Bruce Ban, our gaming agent assistant director. Those two have close to, I'm probably underestimating, about 50 years of experience with gaming regulation, including working with different approaches to slot financial and monitoring system. And I wanted to start off, because it's been a big task just as far as it's went, to say thanks to all of you, and I know you put in a lot of miles and a lot of time. As we move forward, I'd like to, as you listen to staff's presentation, I think you will see that this group from different perspectives has concluded that CMS can be an effective regulatory tool. At the same time, all of us have noted and respect the concerns expressed by our licensee and applicants. We also need to acknowledge some uncertainty in the coming months. With these various factors in mind, and as you listen to the presentation, we suggest the Commission consider authorizing staff to prepare and issue an RFR for a CMS. Too many abbreviations, you can tell it's a bureaucratic organization too. Central management system while retaining for the Commission the decision to select a bid and approve CMS or not for Massachusetts in mid-November. This approach requires only incremental cost, does not require a commitment until late fall, and provides critical information to inform the Commission's final decision, and would still allow us to be ready to go forward in the event that was the Commission's decision in time to implement for Penn's planned opening. So with that quick introduction, I'll turn it over to the team.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Commissioners. Good to see you again. We'll try to get through this quickly. What I plan to do is, one, thank the team, Bruce, John, and Kathy. One of the first things that we were asked to do, I know John and I, when I came on, was to look at central management system. And quickly we grabbed Kathy because of her years of gaming experience, and with Bruce coming on board, it's been nothing but a great addition to look at this process. So I'll give you a quick walkthrough of the history, and then hopefully we'll spend most of our time on the comparison chart that does a side-by-side review of the three models we were asked to look at. So the initial thought was that a central management system would verify daily taxes and gross gaming revenue. We did some industry research, and when I say we, John Glennon took a look and found very quickly that there are three main vendors in this avenue. It's Intralot, Scientific Games, and G-Tech. So our next step was to look at some regulators who are using these systems. That took us to calls with Pennsylvania, Delaware, Rhode Island, and the Ohio Lottery Commission. The Ohio Lottery Commission is different from the Casino Control Commission. They only look at, the Lottery Commission only oversees racinos, where the Casino Control does both slots and table games. Racinos are only, like our slots parlor, they're only allowed to have electronic gaming devices. We then set up on-site meetings with those regulators, took a look with their representatives there from Interlot Scientific Games or GTEC, took a look at the systems, what they're using them for, and it became very apparent quickly that these systems weren't used mainly for the verification of daily taxes, but actually for the whole gaming environment and regulatory environment. So a lot of the asset verification, work with the gaming labs to verify that the software in the machines is correct, moving of devices on the game floor, some efficiencies of not using as many gaming agents to make sure that games are being moved and the correct chips are in were given to us. So at that point, we thought this is a great tool, and we proposed it in the FY15 budget for $1.7 million, at which point we got a lot of public comments from our licensee and also from some of the applicants saying, let's take a look at this. There are a lot of jurisdictions that are using non-central management systems, so a traditional method. Let's see if this is the right way to go. So at that time period, Penn offered to set us up with a visit out to the Ohio Casino Control Commission, as well as their Columbus facility to see how they operate in a non-central management environment. That trip was very informative, gave us a view at something we hadn't really considered at this point. The whole time we were thinking we'd go central management system. And we were also asked by the commission to take a look at a kind of in-between model where we'd create our own data warehouse, just take all the information from the operator's house systems, put it into a database, and do our own analysis like a central monitoring system would do. We were unable to find any jurisdictions that are operating under that model, but we kind of put together what we need to do that. Not saying it can't be done, we're just saying we didn't see any jurisdictions doing that. So that's the background of where we got to. I want to say that all of the vendors, all of the regulators, all of our licensees, as well as the applicants, have been very informative. This presentation, while we were all at one point thinking that there's only one way to do this, I think you'll see once we turn to the spreadsheet, in all three environments this can be done. It's just what are the advantages and disadvantages of each. So if we could just move over to that spreadsheet. What we took a look at was the cost, not just the initial cost, but the ongoing cost. And these cost figures will be assuming 4 facilities are up and running, 3 full resort casinos and 1 slots parlor. Can the different ways verify daily taxes? What's the method for verifying them? Can they verify the assets, the software and machines? What's the method for it? Can we verify gameplay and payouts, which is a major concern for most of the public? Is it a fair environment? What's the method for that? And then can we, as regulators, and can our operators verify tampering with machines and get that information to us? And then we took a look at the advantages and disadvantages. So first, and probably one of the major complaints we've heard is the central monitoring system is much more expensive. The research we've done says that's correct. It is more expensive. Under a non-central management system, we'd be more staff intense. We'd have approximately 2 auditors on site at each facility from 9 to 5 to verify the daily taxes, and that would be an 8-hour shift to work with the casino back and forth if they had any problems with a game, if they saw a cash count that differed from a meter reading. We'd go back and review all of the different documentation, which when we went out to Penn, one thing that we can tell you, the accounting sections there generate a lot of paper. They generate a lot of backup documentation. They generate a lot of controls to make sure that they're checking their cash counts, their meter readings. We'd also need some additional IT staff to understand the slots machines, understand the prompts, understand the readings that their house systems would be displaying to us. There would be probably some startup costs to buy a database to track the assets, track the software signatures that our gaming lab would approve, and then about $250,000 of ongoing costs to make sure that we can update that database each year. Under the central monitoring, all the costs would be built into the contract. It would be about a $350,000 cost per facility per startup, and that's just wiring, connecting to the central monitoring system, getting servers in place. And then under the data warehouse or data aggregation model, we would have the same staffing costs that we'd have under central monitoring, but then we'd also have a component of generating a data warehouse. So we'd be buying servers, we'd be buying a software application that wouldn't only be tracking the assets and the software signatures, but it'd also be pulling in the meter readings, pulling in the prompts, a daily dump from the casinos of everything that's happening in their house systems. The total cost ongoing for no central monitoring is about 1.25. Central monitoring, and once again, these are rough estimates. No one really wanted to share exact data. We'd be looking at about $3 million, and under the data aggregation model, $1.7 million. Now, I can tell you that there are 13 jurisdictions operating without a central management system. There are 16 jurisdictions operating with some component, and when I say some component, if you look at Pennsylvania, they're not using the asset verification process, they're not using the software signature side, they're just verifying the daily taxes with their system. So some people are using it a little more than others. And we could not find any that would go with a data aggregate, that are going with a house-built data aggregation model. Not saying it can't be done, not saying that it's wouldn't give you a lot more information than the no central monitoring system, we just didn't find any. As I said before, verified daily taxes can be done in each system. Asset verification can be done in each system. The difference is, in a central monitoring system, you get real-time 100% verification all the time. Under a non-central monitoring system, what you'd be doing is, and we've seen this both in Pennsylvania and in Ohio, it's a pretty standard format. You get a weekly download from the operator from their system, and then a separate Excel spreadsheet attached that has components that aren't tracked in the slots management system of all the components working in a database where they're located on the floor. And then the gaming agents would go around with either gaming authentication terminals, or I forget, Bruce, what's the other one that you use? Cobatron terminal that you plug into the machine, make sure that the software is actually matching up. You don't get 100%, you maybe get 50% verification throughout the year. I know the question is, what's the danger there? Well, GLI and BMM, the gaming labs, will come out with revocations of software. So knowing exactly where the software is on the floor, when to change it out. And some of the revocations that we've experienced are there's just a glitch in one of the visual things that comes across. Another one is pay tables are wrong. So you want to make sure that if, I think we got, I don't want to push one of the vendors under the bus, the providers of games, but I think one of the game providers has a software glitch that is being revoked, and it's gonna, I know in Ohio, it's gonna affect 800 different machines, and they need to be changed out within 30 days. So knowing where that piece of software is right away, and if it's operating past the revocation period, the system would shut it down, is a benefit. Am I saying you can't do that in the other system? Absolutely not. You're getting a weekly updated spreadsheet. It's just, how updated is it? There's a lot of manual process involved in it. That's where the weaknesses are, or the strengths. Gameplay and payouts, when we went to Penn, they gave access to the Ohio Casino Control Commission for all of the gameplay and payouts. If you wanted to go back and check on something, you just ask their team, they'd provide it to you in a central management system. You'd have your own, you hit a button and it pops up within about 30 seconds. It gives you the whole history of the game. In a data aggregation, it'd be the same as what I just explained under the central management system. It'd just be a day behind. We'd get a data snapshot from them, a day behind, pull it down. So, I mean, in a very, very honest process, you can do this anyway. It's, do you want to be manually driven? Do you want to be on the technology side? Or do you want to kind of pioneer and go down a whole new path and see how it works out, knowing that you still have all of the data in the same processes that you'd be going on a manual system? I think that under a central monitoring system, we've got a lot of advantages. The disadvantage, the main one that everyone points out, and I don't know how to get around it other than to do what Rick has asked, go down the RFR path and see what the real cost and benefits would be without committing to procuring or awarding a contract. The main detraction is the cost. It's more expensive, but you're getting 100% verification. You're getting real-time monitoring of each device. You're getting now one other thing that we have heard is that if the central monitoring system goes down, then a whole floor could go down. We didn't hear of any examples of that except in Maine. They have one facility that shuts down at 1 a.m. And there was a time period where they were supposed to be extended until 2 a.m. The central monitoring system did not extend the time period, so the whole floor went down an hour early. From what we understand, there was a settlement where Scientific Games paid out to both the operator and the regulator what that anticipated loss in revenue would be. Now, that doesn't mean that the patrons playing weren't impacted by it, but they did make the state whole. In every other instance, most casinos are open all day, so you don't have that happening. And you can actually set the systems where they cannot communicate for, we've heard anything from 2 days up to a week, so that if it's not talking, it doesn't shut down the whole gaming floor. So we've done a lot of research, we've done a lot of traveling on this. I think that objectively, you can operate in any model. What our preference would be, it'd obviously be technology, but we're not putting the tag on, we're not putting the price on it. It's back on the operators, and we can't give you a real good estimate, and a true hard estimate. This is our best guess.
It might be helpful for Bruce,
Pardon?
seeing as how Bruce has worked kind of under both of them, he might be able to share just a couple of things he witnessed, which might be helpful.
One thing that ACSC is the system that most of the casinos use. I've always found it a difficult system to use. It's very cumbersome. There's a long learning curve on teaching your staff how to utilize it. I think that the computer software is a little outdated into for ease for use and doing investigations. I was impressed, even though I haven't actually worked with the CMS system. When we did go to one jurisdiction, I had an opportunity to fool around with it a little bit, how easy that was to use and how quickly you could pull up information that you wanted.
Other comments? Yeah.
Yep, so I had the opportunity to speak to you to learn more about it. I certainly am convinced that there are more advantages. So for us, the decision is it worth the additional cost? I can tell you the equipment that would have been very helpful in public safety, but, it wasn't worth, the expense was too high. And sometimes you waited for those costs to come down before you were able to get on board. So I guess for me, it really is, I hear you, I clearly understand that there are advantages. And it's a high-tech way to operate. But I think the unknown is the costs, and getting real costs would be helpful and help us make that decision. And secondly, I'm not sure I understand, and I focused on all of the advantages, disadvantages in speaking to all of you. I'm looking now I'm just not sure I understand the cost. So is this 8 auditors and 4 IT staff? Is that they work 8 hours a day, or is that per shift? I'm just trying to compare that to, I'm looking at 10 persons,
It'd be 8 hours a day.
8 hours a day.
Yeah,
So
and the
it's
10
it's 10 people versus 12 people.
Yeah, and the 10 people are 3 people in the Network Operations Center, 7 by 24, so that's how you get to the 10.2.
So I guess it would be, a cost of what the system actually, a real estimate of what it will cost, as well as this breakdown side by side, so, we'll know exactly what the staffing issues are and the other costs involved would be very helpful.
And just one other piece that I forgot to put down, forgot to speak to, it's notes I have here. We are looking at bringing in about, monitoring 1.2 to 1.4 billion of gross gaming revenue when these are fully up and running. And that'll generate anywhere from 300 to 350 million for the state in tax revenue. Now, if you assume that 85% of that revenue, which is a pretty believable number based on where we've gone, will come from slots machines, you're talking about $3 million. Well, you're talking about $297.5 million in tax money coming from slot operations. $3 million is about 1% of that. You're talking about $5.7 million per week coming in. $3 million is less than 1 week's worth of tax revenue that we'd be verifying. And out of the 1.2 billion, 85% of that is about 1 billion. So you'd getting 100% verification on $1 billion worth of gross gaming revenue win. And that's about, $3 million is about 0.3% of that. So if you're talking about putting it in real numbers and I know $3 million is a high number, but when you're looking at the volume that this asset actually tracks versus an auditing of 10% of that, it's relatively low money. And I understand, once again, it's not our money, it's the operator's money, but I'm just putting in perspective, it's less than 1 week of tax revenue, what would be to verify all 52 weeks.
But that's 20% of our budget, 15 to 20% of our budget. And you still don't get away from Commissioner Cameron's point, which I share. First of all, let me say that this kind of thorough research and presentation of data is terrific because it makes it really easy, for me at least, to get to the core of what the issues are.
Yeah.
And so I thank the team very much for this very professional and thorough job. But it raises for me the same question that Commissioner Cameron raised, and that is, what is the yield for the extra $1.8 million a year? One of the commentators said that most of the time technology saves personnel and costs. This is an example of one of the few, perhaps, where it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. It goes the other way.
It goes the other way, right? And so I would really like to see more information about what the yield is. What is the cost benefit? What do we get for that extra 1.8 million? I mentioned this the other day.
You did.
And the other thing that was raised, at least in some of the discussions that we've had, was if we don't do it now, it's going to be too expensive to do it later because we've got to rip everything up. But we got from one of the applicants, the licensee, an estimate that the wiring is $65,000.
Correct.
And so it seems to me one could, and I'm not advocating this, I don't know yet, I haven't made up my mind, but it seems to me that one could keep in the back of one's mind that we could always require the facility to be built with the tubes and other things in place that would allow connectivity later on if that's the way we decided to go and decided to start with something else in the first place. Now, that's a relatively minor cost. I don't advocate that. I don't know. But it seems to me to put that problem to one side and take it out of the discussion, really. So I would like to find out more and have more information about what we really get for that 1.8 million. I know we get 100% as opposed, basically, we get 100% as opposed to a sample.
Yeah.
And And I just have no way to, at the moment, that's a piece of data that's missing.
I share that, and I actually, the numbers that you outlined, Derek, are very compelling, but they all assume that we're fully operational.
Correct.
And we do have this unique situation that appears we're all gearing towards try to be fully operational, but relying only on one existing licensee or two future licensees, where the revenues are not here yet. They're in the future. So I am very much. Plus, Rick mentioned something that I think is very much perhaps in the back of the feedback that we got from licensees and applicants relative to some uncertainty come November, and we're making these decisions, assuming, like we have been from the get-go, that we're doing our job and making and going forward. But I cannot help but wonder whether at least some of that feedback is being colored by in the minds of our applicants because of there's this period of uncertainty. So I would be in favor of trying to figure out what could be done in terms of prep. This feedback that we got from Penn was at my request, so I'm glad that that they did some analysis. I think that's a very marginal cost, and at least from my perspective, postpone the decision with however much information I, for one, would also can obtain and understand. Postpone this decision until a little later.
Well, but the proposal, as I understand it, that we're being asked to approve is to go forward with the RFP process without committing to a purchase at the end. Right. And consistent with some of the other things that we've done, that, quite frankly, to me, makes sense. It's a minor cost unless we trap ourselves. I think we're clever enough to draft an RFP that doesn't require us to purchase something.
We'd make it very clear in the RFR that
We do that in all RFPs, but I'm even more cautious than that, saying why don't we just do the RFP a little later?
Well, I think what the RFP does for us, though, it's my understanding that these are real estimates as to cost, so that having real cost information would be helpful to our decision.
It'd be helpful
Yeah,
to me, too.
actually, Commissioners, the procurement process is going to take some time to finish our requirements. Our fully articulated requirements will allow the vendors to come back to us with a truer cost of what they're going to deliver for us. It'll allow us to evaluate and come back to you with, I think, a more detailed analysis and an apparent successful bidder. And at that point, we can, take the decision to move forward or not. I don't think that there's it's the investment of staff time and energy, but in terms of capital cost or any investment, I don't think that there's anything.
Plus a Penn needs to know which way we're going to go by December, right?
So that was part of my point. Not necessarily. I think not necessarily. They probably need to know if this is ever going to be a possibility as soon as possible, so that they can run an extra wire for very marginal dollars.
Yeah, I believe they're going to put the carrying, the cages, however they're going to do the wiring in place, but they're not actually going to string the wire from the floor.
Which can be easily
so the
done
prep work
later
will be
on.
done. Right, correct.
Can easily be done later on. But my we need to stop.
Just a couple. Go ahead if you're something new, but we really need to stop in about 2 minutes, I think, too.
Okay. Well, I'm uncomfortable about proceeding with even with the RFP process at this time. Just personally, I think there's plenty of time for us to do this, to gear up. In the next few months.
So-
After when there is a little bit more certainty about a future date. I don't think that there's a need to gear up for one operation that comes up front and two that lag significantly behind.
If-
Actually,
if
and
we
a
go
third
that
one
route-
that could lag even more.
If we go that route, and I just want to make it clear, if we go that route and delay on the RFR, even issuing it until after some predetermined date, we will not have the capacity to get if we wanted to put a central monitoring system in for the anticipated June starting date. So we'll be going manual for some process and then central monitoring afterwards. So we'd need to hire additional staff. And whether we keep that staff or not, or redeploy them somewhere is a decision. So now
Well,
you're in a staffing issue.
Right, but
and-
if the central monitoring system is easy to learn, as Bruce was just saying, maybe that staff can learn it.
No, but what I'm saying is
Time to deployment.
you need auditors on site.
Right. Okay.
And you'd need IT staff that can understand it versus the other way, you wouldn't need it. So I just want to throw that out. And as a last piece, I know we only have a minute, the deputy director from Ohio Casino Control Commission was in Kansas, where they did have a central monitoring system. And, I know it's a good discussion here. He felt as good about their numbers without a central monitoring system as he felt in an environment with a central monitoring system. So everything you're saying is correct. Either method can work. It's what route do we want to go, and we need to get more information to you to make a better informed decision.
How long does the RFR process take?
We stopped writing the specs. The technical specs are what's going to take the most amount of time for John to pull those together. That would probably take another 30 days to pull together, and then we'd want to post it for a good 30, 40 days, give people plenty of time to pull their responses together. Then we'd probably want another 2 to 3 weeks to review the responses and then set up interviews. So you're talking about a 3-month process, 3 or 4 month process at the very least. That's not hitting any hiccups.
I agree very much with what Commissioner Cameron and Commissioner Q said, and I think everybody's saying about this is a cost-benefit thing, and we're having a very same discussion on the problem gambling. It's how much of an benefit is worth, how much of an incremental benefit is worth how much money, I share some of Commissioner Zuniga's sensitivity about costs and when and so forth, but I frankly don't see any benefit to waiting, and I don't see any downside to going forward, subject to just one condition, which I did mention when we talked privately, and this is important, that this is no kidding, just collecting data for a decision. This is not the beginning of an inexorable process that ends us up without the option of doing whichever, This is to collect more high-quality data so that come October, November, we can make an intelligent decision, and it really will be a zero-based decision. Subject to that one caveat, which I think you agree with, then I certainly think we ought to go forward. I think we need to take a quick vote on this. If we need do we need a vote?
Yes.
Okay, because we really do have to stop. Does anybody, somebody want to?
I move that we go forward with an RFR for a central monitoring system with the understanding that a final decision will not be made until all of the new information has been evaluated.
Second.
Any further last-minute great thoughts? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
The ayes have it 4-1, with Commissioner Zuniga objecting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will adjourn for about 40 minutes, and we will recommence at 1.
We will.
All right.
Next week.
We are reconvening the 130th meeting at about a few minutes past 1, and we are moving to the next item on the agenda, which I believe is directly to Director Vander Linden of Research and Problem Gambling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. I am really here. I'm going to introduce our speakers, and I'm going to let them provide an overview of the research that we have underway regarding the social and economic impacts of gaming in Massachusetts study. So with us today is Dr. Rachel Volberg with the University of Massachusetts, and she is the principal investigator of this project, and Amanda Haupt, who is the project manager for Sigma, also with the University of Massachusetts. So I will turn it over to Dr. Volberg.
Thank you, Mark.
Welcome.
And good afternoon, Commissioners. It's nice to be back in Boston, the second time this week. So for those of you who may not remember, the title of the project is The Social and Economic Impacts of Gambling in Massachusetts. And you've heard me say that before. We call it SIGMA when we're on the job. And the project, which is based out of the University of Massachusetts in Amherst, I probably don't need to tell you, but we felt it would be helpful for members of the broader audience who may not have seen us present before, a little bit about how unique this research project is. It's really, as I said in the first appearance that I made when Commissioner McHugh stopped me in my tracks and made me elaborate, this really is a unique and one-of-a-kind research project. It's something that I hoped and prayed would happen in my lifetime, so it's a real thrill to be able to lead it up. It's a reflection of the very unique role that that research has in the entire Expanded Gaming Act, where it really was, the vision, I think, was to have sort of a virtuous cycle of information feeding into the regulatory and policymaking process, and using that research and the actions that come out of it to minimize and mitigate the likely negative impacts that come with the introduction of casino gambling in a jurisdiction. So perhaps the most unique aspect of this study is that it provides for a clean, comprehensive baseline study of all of the various impacts that we're going to be looking at over time, but looking at them before casinos are introduced in Massachusetts. And it's hard for people to grasp, I think, that in almost every other jurisdiction, and in fact in every other jurisdiction that I'm aware of, the baseline study has been conducted after the casinos had already started operations. And so this is an opportunity here in Massachusetts, and thanks to your decision to go ahead and fund the study before we actually had gaming revenues in Massachusetts, we are going to have this very comprehensive but pre-opening baseline for a lot of the conditions that we'll be looking at over time. So this, in fact, is also just one of the cornerstones of the Gaming Commission's full research agenda. And the other cornerstone, of course, is the Massachusetts Gambling Impact Cohort, or MAGIC study, which is a very different and quite a bit more complicated study in terms of the design than SIGMA, which I'm going to talk about today, and we hope to be able to come back at another occasion and talk to you about the cohort study. So this is just a quick visual to give you a sense of the many moving parts that the study is made up of. We have an executive team that is sort of oversees the project as a whole. The executive team is comprised of the 3 principal investigators on the project, as well as Dan Hodge, who is the director of Economic and Public Policy Research at UMass Donahue. They are doing the economic and fiscal piece, and we felt it was important to have them represented on the executive team. The other members of the executive team besides myself are Dr. Ed Stanek, the chair of the UMass Department of Public Health at Amherst, and Rob Williams, a professor in the Faculty of Health Sciences at the University of Lethbridge in Canada. We have a project manager, Ms. Amanda Haupt, sitting next to me, and we have a data manager, Martha Zorn, who are both in the School of Public Health along with me. And they coordinate and manage the project and all of its data. And specifically, they oversee the data management center into which all of the data from these various different aspects of the study flow. There are three main areas of research in the study: the analysis of social and health impacts, the analysis of economic and fiscal impacts, and an evaluation of problem gambling services here in Massachusetts. And today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what we've accomplished over the last year or so in each of these areas. And we're going to look very specifically at giving you a sense of what we can learn from this research and how we can apply our findings to benefit the Commonwealth and its citizens. And at the end, Amanda is going to give you a very fun demonstration of one of the ways in which we hope to share our findings with the Commonwealth. This is to give you a sense of the timing of the project. For each of the three areas of the study, we are collecting a broad variety of both primary and secondary data. And as I said earlier, we are collecting data both before and after the gaming venues open. From last year to the present, so we started back in 2013, we have been hard at work on a large general population survey and a smaller targeted population survey in Plainville and the surrounding communities. We've been also collecting a large amount of secondary data. And as the new venues open, we'll be collecting data from them, mostly or probably in coordination with a lot of the data collection activities that the Commission is doing for other purposes along the lines of employee data and patron data, things like that. In 2018, when we anticipate that all of the facilities will be open, we'll be doing another large population survey as well as another round of targeted surveys. And we will continue collecting data from the new gambling venues and evaluating problem gambling services in the state. Having a clean pre-casino baseline is going to be key because it's going to enable us to measure the overall impact that the new venues have had on the state. We'll have a clear picture of what the state looks like before the expansion happened and then as the expansion rolls out. And we're going to continue collecting these data over time so that we can monitor how impacts change over time and inform the recommendations for how to mitigate potential harms and maximize the benefits of expanded gaming in Massachusetts. So as I mentioned earlier, there we go. As I mentioned earlier, one key area of our study is our analysis of the social and health impacts of gaming expansion. And we are looking at a wide variety of measures, 60 or more measures, in all of the areas that are on the next slide. Here we go. Here's the slide. So, for example, in addition to problem gambling and its related indices, we're going to be looking at gambling-related crime. We are going to be looking at education. We're going to be looking at quality of life, a lot of health indicators. This next slide gives you a sense of both the primary and secondary data collection activities that we've been doing on the social and health impacts. I mentioned the general population survey. It's a very large sample. We're using something called address-based sampling approach to drawing the sample, and I think I've spoken about that before to you. And we're using multimode interviews to give people opportunities to participate in different ways. The targeted population surveys are smaller surveys using exactly the same method, but focused on the host and surrounding communities in order to be able to drill down to the local level in terms of impact.
And I just want to emphasize, because there's so much focus in the legislation on the host and surrounding communities that are anticipated to be where the largest impacts will be.
Right.
And we've spent so much time dealing with hosts and surrounding communities that I want the hosts and surrounding communities to understand that there'll be really in-depth, detailed capacity to study what exactly is going on in their communities. Nobody will ever have to say, argue about what happened in a given community, particularly a host or a surrounding community. We will know on any of these indicators what the impact has been. That's one of the many pieces of this which is unheard of.
Right, exactly. So in addition to the primary data collection, we're also doing a lot of gathering of data from other agencies that collect information that is pertinent to looking at impacts. And just as a sort of an update, the general population survey is actually out of the field, and we were absolutely thrilled when we got the raw data delivered to us on Friday afternoon. And Martha is now hard at work, although she may be looking at us now, watching us on TV. But she is in the process of beginning cleaning the data so that we can begin our analysis. The targeted population survey of Plainville and surrounding communities is also out of the field, and we expect to receive those data towards the end of August. The online panel, which I didn't mention, but is another piece of our primary data collection, was complete and closed in April of 2014, and we are in the process of analyzing those data as well. In terms of secondary data collection, we have 10-year trends for the vast majority of the secondary data variables that we are collecting. We are working to access some of these data sets are a little more difficult to get access to than others, but we are learning a lot about working with other state agencies here in Massachusetts. And we are experimenting with some interactive ways to share some of this data, and Amanda's going to be showing that to you later. I think I'm going to be saying that several times, Amanda. This slide shows you just a few of the things that we anticipate we will learn about social and health impacts of expanded gambling in a jurisdiction. Public attitudes, current gambling behavior, problem gambling prevalence, of course, other difficulties that people with gambling problems face, but also the community-specific impacts of gambling expansion, including the types of crime that are attributable to new gambling venues. Going forward, we expect to report on the status of the Commonwealth prior to the opening of casinos in all of the areas identified in that previous slide. In addition to reporting on the state as a whole, we're going to be looking at differences at both the regional and the local levels. For example, we'll be able to identify differences in gambling participation and rates of problem gambling in Western Massachusetts compared to the greater Boston area or Southeastern Massachusetts, for example. This is a slide that we hope can give you and others in the audience a sense of how these research findings can be used, because there's no point in doing a lot of research unless you're going to take those data and do something with them, at least that being a very pragmatic, perhaps non-researchy thing to do with research. We know a lot of people across the Commonwealth will find our results useful, but one key way that findings from the SIGMA study will be used is to inform how monies from the Public Health Trust Fund will be spent. So this slide lists just a few of the ways that the findings from this aspect of the study can be used by the leadership of the Public Health Trust Fund and others, targeting awareness, prevention and intervention services, monitoring the uptake of new forms of gambling as those may become available going forward, tailoring treatment options to the characteristics of people who have gambling problems in Massachusetts, and targeting resources to mitigate community impacts. All of those are going to be things that you can do using this research. Another key area of the study is the economic and fiscal impacts of gambling expansion, and we have partnered, as I mentioned, with a skilled group of economists and public policy experts at UMass Donahue for this portion of the study. This is a this is the main areas in which we are collecting measures in the economic and fiscal side: government revenue, regulatory costs, that is what it costs you guys to run your shop. Business starts and failures, that's always a big issue. Tourism, employment. We have about 50 different measures that cover all of these various broad categories. In terms of progress to date, there's both primary data collection and secondary data collection. In contrast to the social and health side, we actually, our initial focus was on the secondary data collection for the economic and fiscal side, and then the primary data collection will be starting as the operations roll out. So the primary data collection is going to be mostly information that we get from the casino operators to track the direct impacts. We have proposed to model this using an economic forecasting model. The idea there is to assess the accuracy of the forecasts that the operators have made about the kinds of impacts that they will be having. The secondary data is mostly collected from other government agencies and will track a number of conditions over time. The idea here is to examine trends both before and after, but also to use what's called a counterfactual approach to compare these operations with other regions and localities to see if you can sort of tease out what is due to the introduction of casino gambling and what changes might be due to other larger social and economic trends in the region or the country as a whole. So our economic team has established trends over the past 5 to 10 years for a lot of different variables. They've refined their strategy for selecting matched control communities, and they are in the process of conducting a baseline matched community analysis, which we hope to be able to have them come and present either to the Gambling Research Advisory Committee or to the Commission as a whole if there's interest in that.
Do you know what communities they're looking at now? What does it look like they're going to be using?
They're developing, as I understand it, because I'm not an economist, they're developing a shopping basket?
It's a basket.
It's a basket approach. So they're not taking, for any one community that they're looking for matches for, they are matching on a lot of different economic and some social variables. And so each community that is going to get a casino in Massachusetts is going to have a whole basket of other communities in the New England area, in the Northeast, and then in the country as a whole to sort of compare it with. And again, I'm not an economist, but we have some people who can really get into the weeds with you on that if you'd like to delve down there with them.
Okay.
So let me see, did I finish all of my points? Yes. Again, these are just a handful of the key things that we're hoping to learn on the economic and fiscal side. The focus on jobs being created both at the casino and at other Massachusetts businesses. What's the nature of those jobs? To what extent does this represent net new economic activity and net new revenue to the Commonwealth? How the casino facilities affect host and surrounding communities in terms of job growth, unemployment rates, household income, and whether the payments to the communities and other effects offset the additional public services that have to be added that are related to casino operations. So overall, the notion here is that we want to know the net economic impact because that really is one of the big reasons that gambling expansion occurred in Massachusetts in the first place. And then what is the utility of these findings? How can they be used? The findings will be useful in ensuring that the operators are fulfilling the workforce development goals that they have laid out and fulfilling the terms of the host and surrounding community agreements. They can be used to modify or set new workforce development goals. The host and surrounding communities, as well as the state, can use these findings to plan future development projects and budgets. And finally, the findings can be used to target resources from the Community Mitigation Fund to address any negative impacts that arise. And I'm going to turn it over to Amanda to finish up the presentation.
Hi, everyone. So I want to tell you a little bit about the evaluation that we've been doing of problem gambling services across the state of Massachusetts. And before I tell you a little bit about that, I just want to acknowledge some of the key partners that we've had in this effort. The Massachusetts Department of Public Health, the Massachusetts Council on Compulsive Gambling, and Mount Auburn Hospital have been especially helpful to us in this effort. And I would really be remiss in talking about it if I didn't acknowledge and express our gratitude to them publicly. So with that, I want to tell you a little bit about our evaluation. As with the other aspects of the project, we're going to be collecting data, both primary data and secondary data. So we'll be collecting primary data through some items on our general population and online panel surveys. As Rachel told you, we just got the data last Friday. We're elbow deep in cleaning it, getting it ready for use, and just as soon as it is, we'll be analyzing those items that are most relevant to this aspect of the study to learn more about who's seeking services for problem gambling in the state. In addition to this, we will soon be doing some focus groups and key informant interviews with treatment providers across the state. And when it comes to secondary data, we've had access to a couple of different data sources that have been helpful to us. One is data from the Massachusetts Council on Compulsive Gambling's helpline, and we are quite far along in our analysis of those data. And then we're going to be getting access to some clinical data to be able to assess over the past several years who's kind of come in for services, what are their characteristics. We'll learn a lot about them that way. So in terms of this aspect of the study, we think that there are many useful things that will come out of this, and we've highlighted just a few of them, just a few of the key findings here. We think that we'll learn a lot about what prevention and treatment services currently exist here in the Commonwealth. We'll learn about who's using these services, how adequately the services we have address and mitigate the impacts of problem gambling. And then we're going to do our best to match up the existing service models that we have to best practices to really see if they're matching up with those in terms of problem gambling prevention, intervention, treatment, and recovery. And just like with the social and health aspects of the study, we think that these findings will be useful to a lot of other stakeholders in the community, including leadership from the Public Health Trust Fund, and in thinking about how to allocate those resources. Sorry, the screen just changed. Okay. You okay? Okay. So, sorry about that. We got a scary sound. Anyhow, we feel like the findings will be useful to a lot of different people. In particular, leadership of the Public Health Trust Fund will find them useful in allocating monies from that particular fund. And again, we've highlighted just a few of the potential uses here on this slide. So one of the big things that we think that folks will be able to do is to ensure that existing services across the state match up with the number of people who are seeking those services. They'll be able to make sure that what we have is adequate and affordable, available to people, which is very important. And then I think perhaps most importantly, we'll be able to use these findings to help build the capacity of treatment providers across the state through training and other means, and to really ensure that the services that we're providing as a state are as effective as possible, which is extremely important in terms of helping people. So those are some of the uses that we see. In addition to talking about these different topical components of the study that Rachel and I have been addressing, I also wanted to tell you a little bit about our data management center and some of the things that we're doing to share data and results. Yes?
I had a question on the program evaluation, before you jumped into the next section, which is the natural. I remember the last time you updated at least me on the program evaluation. One of the challenges was that the fact that we have universal health care for a few years now here in Massachusetts is a bit of a challenge in terms of who's accessing services when you combine the fact that there's this comorbidity with other behavior problems. With what you describe here in the primary and secondary data sources, are you comfortable that that challenge is mitigated, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, I think going forward that will continue to be a challenge. It's just going to be a challenge with these data and thinking about this issue. But I do think that the primary data will help us, and I guess that's sort of part of the point in doing the primary and secondary is you really have this ability to triangulate and make sure you're understanding what you're seeing from lots of different angles. So we think that the primary data and some of the secondary data is going to help us to tease that out. But to be very honest with you, it's going to be an ongoing challenge. And what we'll do in presenting results in this area is just acknowledge that and the way that we were able to address it.
Okay.
Did you add anything to that, Rachel?
No, it's a challenge that a lot of people are facing.
Secretary, welcome. You come right down and have a seat. We're going to get to you in just a minute. Thank you for coming.
And Commissioner, I would just add that I think that this highlights one of the reasons why a partnership with the Department of Public Health is so vital, that it's only through these partnerships that we really can begin to come to a number here that we feel is truly accurate.
Do you have any more questions, Commissioner?
No, sorry, thank you.
Oh, no, thank you. So I wanted to tell you, I want to sort of close out our presentation by telling you a little bit more about the ways that we are thinking about and experimenting with sharing data and results. That's a huge priority of our research team, and we know it's a huge priority of yours as a commission as well. So when Rachel showed you the earlier model of our team and how it works, you notice that each of the 3 topical areas we described, all of their work sort of flows up into the Data Management Center. So I want to take just a second to describe the function of that center and what it does by highlighting 3 of its really critical functions. One key function that the Data Management Center provides is that it ensures that we are compliant with the ethical standards of UMass Amherst's Institutional Review Board. And this is really key in terms of protecting the privacy and confidentiality of the human research subjects that we're working with, which is very important to us and very important to our institution. In addition to that, the Data Management Center is very key in determining what data can be shared, who we can share it with, and how we can do that as quickly as possible. And the same goes for sharing findings. The Data Management Center is going to be absolutely key in determining how best to share those findings and ensuring that they get out on as many platforms as possible. So it's an absolutely central piece of the project, even though we don't get the chance to talk about it as much as we would like. So I'd like to share with you just a few different ways that we're experimenting with sort of presenting results and sharing things with the general public. The first is the website, and you may remember that Rachel and I came to an earlier meeting when the website was brand new, and we presented it to all of you. Since that time, we've added a few things, but visitors to the site, and we'll provide the URL for the site at the end of the presentation. Visitors to the site will find a homepage where you can get an overview of the study, a news tab where you can get information both about our research team as well as gambling in the state. There's a people tab where you can learn more about Rachel and I and the excellent team of people that we work with. There is a brand new blog in which we post regular and slightly more informal updates about our progress and what we're up to. And then recently we expanded our publications tab to include not just downloadable reports of the reports that we've submitted to you and others, but also slides from presentations that we have delivered at national and international conferences. Right now, our website is sort of our public face to the state of Massachusetts. Increasingly, as we have results to share and as we have data to share, this will become a portal for information and a very key hub of research activity for us. So another way that we are thinking about sharing results is a way that you're likely familiar with, using tables and things like line graph to show trends in the data over time and how these variables change over time. This is something that we'll likely be using mostly in our technical reports and publications that we do. In addition to this, we are using an application called Shiny. So we're harnessing technology to show our data in lots of different ways. So what Shiny is it is basically an application that is run by RStudio. And for those of you who aren't familiar with RStudio, it is an open source statistical software package. And R is basically an application which lets you take numerical analyses and display the results of those analyses in really unique and dynamic ways that you can interact with. So as soon as this sort of refreshes and loads, it's been sitting up there for a while, I'm going to demonstrate a few of its functions. So for the purposes of this demonstration, we're going to be using a series of variables that are related to education and students in Massachusetts public schools. These are variables that we'll be monitoring closely over time to see how they change after the introduction of gambling or expanded gambling to the state. So the default view here is first language, not English. However, we could look at lots of different measures here. We could look at English language learners, students with disabilities, and low-income students. And I think we should select that one because I find it especially interesting. In addition to being able to select the variable that you're looking at, you can also select the time span in which you want to view that variable. So here you can see a single year, the year 2012. In addition to that, you could also click to see multiple years. And you could use this slider bar to select the window of years up to a 10-year window at this point in which you view that data. Let's just look at a single year for now. So you can see that this is sort of the standard view. It's just a summary table that shows the municipality, the county in which that municipality is located, the school year, the number of students, and the percentage of those students in that particular school, municipality schools that are low income. In addition to this sort of boring summary, you can also choose to plot the data, and this is where it gets a little bit more interesting, because you can actually select the municipalities that you want to look at. So for the purposes of this demonstration, I thought we could use some communities that are especially relevant to you all, communities that might host a potential casino. So let's choose Everett. I'm going to try and do them in alphabetical order. We'll see how I do. Plainville, Revere, and Springfield. What you'll notice is, as I typed those in, a different color line would appear for each community. This enables us to see how this particular variable, the percentage of low-income students, changed over the course of a 10-year period. In addition to being able to compare these communities to each other, when you click here, a black line will appear, and that enables you to compare it to the state average, so you can see how these communities fare in comparison to the state as a whole. So this is the second way that you can look at it. The third way, and probably the most dynamic way, is that you can see the data in map form. So what you see here is a map of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Each of the little squares is a different municipality in the state. And there's a color bar to the right, which goes from 0% up to 89%, which in this case is the highest value in the data set. So those communities that are closer to white or that have less saturated color have lower percentages of low-income students, while those that have a deeply saturated color, in this case the rich marigold, have higher percentages of low-income students within a municipality's schools. Those communities that are in gray are communities for whom no data is available. And in addition to seeing the data in a single year, you can also look at it, as we did earlier, over multiple years. When you look at the data over multiple years, what you're able to see on the map is the overall change over the time period. So those communities that are a shade of green are communities for whom the percentage of low-income students decreased over the 10-year period, while those that are colored in yellow are communities for whom the percentage of low-income students increased generally over the period. Those that are gray again, are communities for whom we don't have data. So we're doing a lot of things with Shiny. This is very much a prototype, a very early prototype of what we're creating. And we're going to start by adding as much secondary data into this as possible so that people can really see their community and interact with their community's data in a variety of different ways. We feel that getting to interact with the data gives it a whole different meaning. And so we're excited about that.
I just want to highlight this because I think this is one of the most extraordinary pieces of this, not only the tool, but the data. So if you live in West Springfield or you live in Somerville and you want to know what has been, or you want to know what has happened to a critical variable like property values, police domestic violence reports, job starts, unemployment, you want to see what's happened to any one of these variables that we're tracking. Anybody in Massachusetts will be able to click on their town and they will see a 5 to 10 year history of all those data points. What was domestic violence rates 5 to 10 years prior to the introduction of expanded gambling? And then every year thereafter, you'll be able to track those rates. Now, you can always debate what exactly caused it, but it's an incredibly powerful tool that will make the degree of transparency on the impacts, good or ill, is unheard of. So there will be no debate about, oh yeah, domestic violence went up all terribly in Somerville when casinos came along. We will be looking at domestic violence rates in Somerville after casinos came on board versus everything else, versus prior to that. It's an incredibly powerful tool.
I think it will be important, though, to, with the crime reporting piece added, we'll be able to tell if, in fact, that particular crime had anything to do with casino gaming, which makes the research more valuable.
Right.
It definitely does. I think well stated on both counts. Great. So we'll be starting with secondary data into Shiny, and then as we have results of our own, we will also experiment with using Shiny to share them with others. I think you can see just even in that demonstration how useful this could potentially be, and certainly Chairman Crosby highlighted why it is so important and how it may be useful. We think that as a whole, the Data Management Center, with all the efforts I've just described, is going to be useful in a number of different ways. Our efforts to manage data ensures that the results that we present are going to be accurate, reliable, and replicable. The efforts that we're making to ensure that our compliance with the ethical standards of the IRB ensure that we're limiting harm to human subjects and increase the overall integrity of our findings. Sharing data with as many people as possible means that researchers will both be able to replicate the types of analyses that we're doing, but also they'll be able to conduct unique analyses of their own. We know we can't do everything with the data, and we're excited about the idea that other people can carry the gauntlet forward and continue to analyze these data over time.
And this was actually part of the legislative mandate, that this data be made available to researchers across the world to analyze in their own particular way.
Absolutely. We're really excited about that. I mean, it's huge to us. And then in terms of sharing results, our great hope really is that the general public, that anybody in the state could look at our findings and examine the impacts within their own community and determine what that meaning is for them. So we're very excited about this aspect of the study. We know it's a part of the legislation. We know it's a value to all of you, and it's something that we have been thinking about every step of the way and will continue to think about as a research team. So with that, that's really all we had hoped to share with you. I think we have time for questions if you would like to ask them, or you all are the judge if we have time or not, honestly.
Yeah, go ahead if there's anything really important. I do want to get to the next step on the process, but go ahead.
I just have one minor comment, just to put in a little plug of my own. Will there be a could you speak a little bit to ongoing quality assurance of the data? You of course are anticipating that there will be continuous analysis and scrubbing. That thought came to me when you put in the student population and there was no data available, and it occurred to me that it's because of regional school districts in those regions. So that, I'm sure it's available, but it wasn't just easy to download from someplace.
Actually, the education variables or the information on schools and public schools in particular is actually very high quality. The municipalities where you saw the gray areas were mostly over in Berkshire County, and part of that is because the population is so sparse in that part of the state that many of those municipalities don't have enough children to have a school district of their own, or that there's sort of aggregation of children, and so if they don't have a school district, then they're not reporting school data, and that's why some of those counties or some of those municipalities were grayed out.
More broadly, I think there are a lot of different strategies that we're taking towards quality assurance. So one certainly is the Data Management Center itself and our data manager. So I'll just give you a concrete example. On Friday, we received an enormous amount of raw data. And the data came to us in a really fairly clean state. But we wanted to get in, take a very close look at it, ensure that all the cleaning had been done. We're running tests to make sure that we can manipulate variables and work with them as we need to. So even beyond when we receive a file that has been looked over and managed by somebody, our own data manager does a second sort of test of that. So we have a lot of internal procedures. That's just one very small example. I think beyond that, we have groups such as the Gambling Research Advisory Committee, which you all have set up, which I think will also help to look at our findings, look at our work as it develops, and give us feedback about if they think we've done a good job, if we need to do something else, if there's an area of inquiry we haven't explored, and we'll definitely be taking their recommendations and their guidance going forward. So I think that just addresses a couple of things. We can definitely talk more about that.
You said that one of the functions of the data center was to determine what data could be released, and I understand that one, but you also said to determine what findings could be released. What would be constraints on releasing findings that you make?
Our goal is going to be to release, I may have misspoken there. I mean, our goal is to release our findings and our results as broadly as possible.
Although I can just elaborate on that a little bit based on a discussion that we had on Tuesday at the Gambling Research Advisory Committee meeting, where it's standard statistical procedure at the Bureau of the Census, for example, or in dealing with large databases, that if the variance around a particular estimate is too large, suggesting that it is not a reliable estimate, very often, the statistics agencies, the national statistic agencies will suppress a particular value in a table and not publish something that is based on such a small sample that the estimate itself is considered unreliable.
Okay, so it's a reliability constraint.
Right.
Is there ever any protocol under which the finding is stated, but the reasons for not including it in an overall assessment are also released? I.e., this is too small a sample to be reliable, it showed
Yeah,
this?
typically that would be a notation in the
Right.
table itself, and you would acknowledge it in the text of any report on the data as well.
Right. Okay, thanks.
We will be back to you many times, as you know.
Very
So,
interesting.
yeah, it's
Very,
great,
very,
great stuff, and we
very
really
powerful
appreciate it.
stuff.
And we're, like everybody else, we're anxious to start seeing the results in the next few months.
Well, I can't tell you how excited we are to finally have some data from the survey
Yeah, I bet.
to be able to look at.
All right.
For the next phase here, I want to invite Secretary Planowitz to come up and take a seat, and then we'll quickly go through the rest of the event.
Hi, Gail. Nice to meet you, sir. Just stood. He was here before I had a chance to speak. He stood up. He was on top.
This might be the first time that a Secretary of Human Services has ever met with a gaming commission. It just doesn't happen, and you would wonder why, given that one of the biggest issues in gaming is what are the potential negative consequences in terms of problem gambling and a whole host of social issues. But with the advice and direction of the legislature, that link is very close in this state. And I want to just tell you quickly what's happened here. The research, as you've been hearing described by Rachel and Amanda, will, as they mentioned too, inform the expenditures that are made to deal with the potential negative impacts of the introduction of gambling, particularly problem gambling. That's clearly the highest priority. The legislature set up a fund called the Public Health Trust Fund, which, when we are up fully running, is estimated to be have a value of $15 to $20 million a year. And the Public Health Trust Fund, that won't occur until 2016. There'll be no money in it until the casinos get up and running. But when they do, it'll be $15 to $20 million, which, by the way, is about 40% of all of the money that was spent to deal with problem gambling in the year 2012 across the United States. So 15 to 20 million is a huge amount of money compared to other jurisdictions historically. But there was an anomaly in the legislation, that gave the design of the research agenda and much of the external responsibility for problem gambling to the commission. We're responsible for dealing with the casino operators to make sure they do their part of managing the problem gambling, et cetera. That and the research agenda was given to the commission. The expenditure authority for the Public Health Trust Fund, which is to deal principally with problem gambling and also research, was given to the Secretary of Health and Human Services. I reached out some time ago, probably a year ago now, to Cheryl Bartlett, the Commissioner of the Department of Public Health, who is the principal HHS agency that will be working on behalf of HHS with us in the problem gambling area, and said that I didn't think that made sense. And she and I talked about it at length and agreed that the Commission and the Secretary of Health and Human Services or his designee should be joint controllers of the funds and the policy decisions having to do with research and problem gambling. It made no sense for either one of us to be able to go off on our own and make those decisions. In order to make that agreement, we both had to give up some authority that we already had to agree instead to share it with the other party. She agreed, eventually she and I agreed and structured an arrangement, and then Commissioner Bartlett talked about it with Secretary Polanowitz, actually involved the governor's office as well, and eventually the administration fully agreed to go along with this plan as well. So what we're doing today is signing a very, very unusual, probably unique memorandum of understanding between the Gaming Commission and the Health and Human Services, or as I say, their designee, to jointly manage the policy decisions and the funding decisions that will be made out of the Public Health Trust Fund to deal with research and problem gambling principally. We also felt that there were some other participants that should be at the table as the Public Health Trust Fund monies are used and as the impacts of problem gaming are assessed. And we ask Ann Powers, the Assistant Secretary from the Executive Office of Public Safety, Beth Bresnahan, the Director of the Lottery, who has been tremendously collaborative with us since she took over at the Lottery, and Rebecca Gewirtz, who is the CEO of the Mass Association, Mass Public Health Association, to serve on this steering group with us. The commissioner and the secretary will have to agree on any expenditures, but it'll be with the advice of this other group of outside stakeholders. They will join Mark Vanderlinden, our Director of Research and Problem Gambling, and Steve Keel, who is the Director of Problem Gambling Services for the Department of Public Health. So that's the network. I don't know if you have anything else you wanted to add, Mr. Secretary. But
Sure. First off, I want to thank the Mass Gaming Commission for the Twitter follow today. I appreciate it as I'm growing my Twitter sphere. But I absolutely want to thank the chairman and my commissioner, Cheryl Bartlett, for helping facilitate this really very unique, as Steve mentioned, partnership between the Mass Gaming Commission and ultimately the Department of Public Health. We believe here in the Commonwealth that we are incredibly fortunate to have a gaming commission who is dedicated to balancing kind of the economic benefits of gaming with resources like the Public Health Trust Fund to address some of the unintended consequences of problem gambling. We know that this is going to support research into prevention, intervention, treatment, and recovery. And I think just from my perspective, in terms of the short demo we just saw of the Shiny tool, I already have any number of ideas about how that can be used as a really effective tool across the Commonwealth as we think about public health and public safety. We are very excited to be here today to sign this MOU. As Steve indicated, I think the partnership will ultimately benefit the individuals of the Commonwealth, and we have a tremendous opportunity to do well by doing good here. So thank you to the Gaming Commission, and happy to be here.
Great. Thank you. I think it's safe to say, as you suggested, this would not have happened without Commissioner Bartlett, so we really appreciate your putting your shoulder to this wheel. If the other members of the steering group would come forward and just join us, then Secretary Planowitz and I will sign the MOU in front of massive displays of press. Steve and Mark? Steve, Mark? All right, we got 2 copies. Great. Done deal.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. This is something that will be a long time. This will be rolling out for a very long time to see the benefits of this. But this is a really exciting start. Yeah. Thanks for coming. Pleasure. That was and we'd love to talk more about China. That's great. Oh, no, incredible. Yes, incredible. Yeah. Move my chair out of the way. I got it. Sure. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, John. You know these guys? You know Cheryl, of course. Bruce Stebbins. Thanks. See you later. That was pretty cool. Okay, we are back to our agenda, and I think we had skipped the Suffolk Downs request. Was that right? We need to do that?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so item 3E, the Suffolk Downs request.
Yes, under tab E, you'll find the Suffolk Downs request to amend the August schedule. The request in your materials by Suffolk Downs is to cancel Tuesdays in August, and you will also find the subsequent approval of Director Dernberger. So this is just for your information item. As well, at the same time, because each one of both the Suffolk Downs request and Director Dernberger's approval refer to legislation, we have confirmed at this point that Senate Bill 2289, sponsored by Senator Petrocelli, and House Bill 4115, sponsored by Representatives Dooley and Ross, have both been introduced to address the number of days that are required in this racing season. Other than that, that's it.
Thank you.
John.
Okay, item number 5, Ombudsman report. Ombudsman Ziemba.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. I'd like to ask the representatives from MGM to come join us down here at the front table. We're joined by Hunter Clayton, Executive Vice President from MGM Resorts Development, and I'll have him, after I give some initial remarks, introduce the other members of his team. So what we are here to talk about today is an update from MGM on their activities since the agreement to award a Category 1 license to Blue Tarp Redevelopment LLC was entered into by Blue Tarp and the Commission about a month ago. In that agreement, we asked, or we required Blue Tarp MGM to report monthly to the Commission about their progress that they're making in making sure that their facility will be up and running as soon as possible. Pursuant to the agreement, during the period between the date of this agreement and the effective date of the license, the designated licensee agrees to take all reasonable steps necessary to obtain all required permits for the commencement of the project and to continue related design work and to put in place all necessary contracts such that the designated licensee will be ready to commence work on this project as soon as practicable after the effective date. And for the purposes of this paragraph, determination of reasonableness and practicability shall be determined through agreement between the designated licensee and the Commission. And then the designated licensee shall report to the Commission on a monthly basis regarding its progress under this section. Recently, we met with representatives from the MGM, Director Day, myself, Council Blue, and members from Pink & Co. To go over some of the major items that they've been working on over the last month, and we're glad to report that they've made some very substantial progress, which they'll detail to you today. In regard to this determination of what steps are reasonable and practicable, we are not anticipating that we would make that determination today, but we would make it in all likelihood at the next monthly presentation from MGM. So in that regard, I'd ask Mr. Clayton to give the remarks. Welcome.
Thank you very much. If you just give me one moment, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, it's nice to be back here. This time,
welcome.
Marty Nastasia, for the record, from Brown Rudnick, and it's nice to be back here in front of the Commission. I just quickly wanted to introduce some of the folks from the development team that will be here today and will be here in subsequent months to give you updates on the project. I'm joined by my colleague, Jed Nozel, whom you're all familiar with, MGM's regulatory attorney. I'm also joined by Chuck Irving from Davenport Company. He's MGM's development partner. He's here along with his colleague, Joy Martin, also from Davenport. We're also joined by Chris Ignoli, the Director of Public Works for the City of Springfield. We also have Jim Allen from Allen and Major, MGM's engineer. We also have Maureen Kavanaugh from Epsilon, MGM's environmental consultant. And of course, we have Hunter Clayton, who is the Executive Vice President for Development at MGM Resorts Development, LLC, which is a wholly subsidiary for MGM Resorts. MGM Resorts Development is responsible for the design and construction of MGM properties all over the world. Hunter is responsible for the design, construction of gaming development properties. Specifically, Hunter is responsible for the construction, costs, schedule, and overall delivery of projects from the design phase through the opening. And this includes the current $5 billion property in Cotai, and it also includes the $1 billion National Harbor development in Maryland. And with that, I will turn it over to Hunter.
Thank you, Marty. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, great to be here today. Quick clarification, it's a $3 billion property in Cotai, not $5. We're aspirational, but we're budget conscious as well.
But what's a couple of billion among friends?
Thank you for the time today. We recognize this is the first monthly update through the course of the next 4 months leading up to the November vote. Realizing that we've actually done a lot of work in the last couple of years and have a good handle on what our work plan is going to be for the next several months. Certainly more information than we can present or update today, but what we plan to do is give a general overview and hit on some specific points as well as kind of establish a plan for coming back with even more specific and focused updates the following month. In that regard, we'll touch on design, including historic preservation, a little bit on traffic, utilities, overall schedule for the project in its entirety, as well as what the next 4 months looks like. And then we'll talk a little bit about the viaduct, its coordination or interface with our project, and a few other issues. As far as design is concerned, a very brief update on where we currently are in terms of our development. I would say from a programming, from a planning and a detailed design aspect, we're well into schematic design for the entire project, and actually more so with specific areas related to traffic, to utilities, site and civil, advanced works projects, which I'll get into in a couple of minutes. This plan represents our current thinking of the layout with the main components of the casino podium with hotel tower, the large gray box, which is our parking structure, and the entertainment and retail complex directly to the right of the casino podium. The majority of our concept and schematic design is intact since it's been through the inception of the last couple of years of work. We are very excited to say that we are nestled within an urban context. We consider ourselves not only a gaming development, but an urban revitalization project. I'm an architect by training and profession, and although I am certainly a developer in the gaming industry, I would say that I'm personally excited about this project because of what it becomes as part of the community of the city of Springfield. It is an inward, outward type of design where it responds or reacts to the pedestrian scale or the exterior scale of the urban context that we sit within, as well as being a fairly high quality, exciting, energized gaming, food and beverage and restaurant and retail development from within. Moving on to the next slide, just a quick snapshot of the upper level. As I said, we'll get more into specific design updates on each program component as we move forward in the next several months, but we're limited on time today, and I wanted to touch on some other items before my clock runs out. I mentioned historic as part of the design update. We've focused very heavily on the historic structures located on our site. We've been working very closely with the City of Springfield Historic Commission for a good part of the last 2 years. I've personally been involved in that with our consultant team, with Epsilon and their historic experts, and Gensler has played a key role in it as well. I think we started with identification of roughly 16 structures that warranted or deserved a certain amount of discussion with the Historic Commission, which we had done. We've documented each one of those structures. I think we collectively have filtered or established down to 12 key structures that we wanted to take a closer look at, which we've done. We've done structural analysis of each one of those structures, as well as what their current conditions are and potential repurpose or reuse. With the Historic Commission, we've also reconciled to pretty much all except 3 or 4 structures on the property that we need to further develop as we go into detailed design. We'll actually bring each one of these more predominant or pertinent structures to this update, as opposed to doing a very quick update for all of them in one session. We actually think that identifying 1 or 2 as we go forward will allow us to actually pinpoint and show you how we're dealing with each one of them within our design. And with that said, we'll go to the next slide, and I'll just point out one more slide. The first of those structures that is the building that we see here. This is 95, I'm sorry, this is the United Electric Building 73 State. This is actually a structure that is nestled right off of State Street, sitting as one of our entries into the hotel and casino lobby. We have agreed that we will retain the facade, and it's actually more than the facade. It's actually the first structural bay of this building as part of our architecture. And we've gotten agreement from the Historic Commission to do that. And there's one additional item that's contained within this building that we're studying and actually are quite excited about. There's a very compelling lobby interior as you enter into this structure, and there's a fabricated lit dome, glass dome within that lobby that we actually are looking for an opportunity to reuse as part of our podium design. Again, we've got some more study that needs to happen. Certainly need to collaborate specifically with the Historic Commission to gain their feedback and input. But depending on the integrity of that dome, we're looking for an opportunity to actually use that within the lobby space as a feature within the podium. So that can become a very nice legacy for this structure. Moving along, the other areas that we've been touching on over the last couple of years, obviously, has been traffic. We, as a site, are in close proximity to the major thoroughfares within Springfield. But that being said, we've done an extensive amount of traffic analysis through TEC to identify where we've got some challenges, where we need some mitigation measures. We've coordinated very specifically with MDOT, with PVPA and the City of Springfield to further advance those mitigation measures. And actually, through the course of the next 4 months, we will be getting into very detailed engineering analysis and even documentation at each one of the mitigation locations, so that we actually have a handle on that and we can start moving that forward fairly quickly after the November vote. What is key here, which we're learning very recently, is the integration or the interface of these traffic areas with the viaduct development or project. And Chuck will touch base on that a little bit further in the presentation. Utilities are another area that we've stayed very focused on. We recognize the Bondi's Island in close proximity to our site across the river. For sewer and water, we've actually been meeting with sewer and water officials related to those utilities. as they relate to the specific infrastructure along the perimeter, or around the perimeter of our site, where we want to plan for main points of connection, and we're also getting into detailed load analysis so that we know what our connection points and loads need to be. We've actually met and documented scope related to these main off-site utilities, and our intention over the next several months is to continue to finalize that detail and actually start developing documentation in terms of permit sets. So we have a very significant advanced works package that would be ready to go later this year, early into next year. The overall schedule for the project, I think it's important to be able to highlight or emphasize that we understand with the vote coming in November, our goal here is to take the necessary steps to advance these early works packages. So not only do we understand what the scope is, but we've been able to document it such that we've got the right permit strategies in place. So come November, we're literally in a position to commence work, and that is exactly what our goal is. How that relates to traffic mitigation measures, site utilities, off-site utilities, demolition, we're still kind of structuring that overall, what I'd call micro schedule. But again, each month we'll update you on that so that you get a clear picture of exactly what we're able to do, come later this year. And I would say that the next 4 months is focused very heavily on that type of an effort, so that we are indeed in a place to start work and continue our project towards completion very quickly. I will pass the update over to Chuck to talk a bit more about the viaduct and its very specific relationship to what we have to do on some of our perimeter efforts. Chuck.
Thank you. Chuck Irving, Davenport Properties. I'd just like to add two things onto what Hunter said. This project has benefited dramatically from two things. Number one, the infrastructure that's in place in the city of Springfield has a dramatic amount of excess capacity. And when I'm talking about traffic, sewer, and water, that is really a pleasant surprise for us as we try to take this big project and plug it into a downtown urban environment. The other thing that's been fantastic for us are the Western Massachusetts officials who have been working with us. I know John Ziemba has kept you up to date on our meetings, but the Historic Commission, this design has their thumbprint all over it, and they have been fantastic in every component of this. Sewer and water, the folks at Bondi's Island have constantly been available to us to listen and get updates. On traffic, the Pioneer Valley Planning Authority, MDOT, and of course Chris and his folks in the city of Springfield have been guiding us through the process. The viaduct was a nuance we did not expect in this process, and as a business owner in Springfield, I think it's great. Having these two projects line up simultaneously is a good thing, because if they were lined up linearly, you'd have twice as long impact on the city of Springfield. So we have been working closely with Michael O'Dowd, Al Stegman, Derek Valentine, Lionel Lucian has been in all the MDOT meetings, and the PVPA, of course. And we think that the coordination of these two projects is very feasible. They're going to have about 350 workers on site maximum at a time. We'll have a couple thousand on site maximum at a time. We think the construction schedules are going to line up perfectly. We intend to meet every month prior to meeting with you every month. So whenever I'm giving you an update, it's going to be days after I've just met with that team. Our construction schedules really, by this time next summer, you should see a lot of activity going on that site. I know you're very concerned about displacement of people, parking spaces, our impact on downtown Springfield. I know Senator Kenderis is very concerned about that as well. Chris, as the guy in charge of this for the city of Springfield, I thought he would be the best one to address this for you.
Thank you, Chuck. One of the things able to tie in the viaduct project with the casino project, excuse me, in dealing with Mass DOT and trying to do coordination with them has really helped out the flow of this project as well. In knowing what the impacts were going to be to what was going on in the city of Springfield for this project, we've really had a lot of interactive conversations with Mass DOT. The meetings that we've had with Mass DOT since the beginning of the year, I think we've had about 10 of them in our office in Springfield that have been open basically to all the businesses in Springfield, Mass Mutual, Bay State Medical Center, the South End Business Association, Chamber of Commerce, et cetera, to bring them into every meeting to let them know what is going to be going on in the city of Springfield, when it's going to be happening, and what might be the impact to them as a business and to their employees, so that they can start looking at ways and means for parking, for access to be able to get in and around the city. We have been very, very proactive as a whole group to make sure we got that information out. And with Mass DOT, we've been able to put together a very good plan during construction to be able to ensure that the city can still operate and be able to accommodate the work that's going to be going on with Mass DOT. The viaduct project itself is supposed to be starting in November. However, there's about 6 months worth of surface roadway work that is going to be occurring on either side of the highway that is going to allow the city to operate correctly in very good nature while the work is going on the viaduct, and that also specifically includes parking. Underneath the viaduct itself, we have the Springfield Parking Authority has 2 large parking lots that the upper decks have been closed for a little bit over a year simply because of the condition of the roadway that is out there. One of the things that we've done working with Mass DOT is to get some of those open with temporary shielding and work into the construction plan that no more than a certain amount of parking can be out of service at any particular time during the construction. Over the last 4 or 5 months in working with the Parking Authority, we've also done significant surveys in the city to determine amount of open parking spaces. Springfield is not Boston. People are not happy about walking a half mile to their business. They want to be as close as they can. But we've determined that there are over 1,000 parking spaces in the city that are unused on a given day. One of the things that we are doing right now is in working with the Parking Authority and all the private lots is to be able to advertise them as best as possible so that when the construction of 91 starts, as well as the construction that is going to happen with the MGM, people know where to park. It's just not all of a sudden one day a barrier goes up and they're going to have to go find a parking space. We want that to be in place prior to the construction activities that are going on. With parking, one of the things that we are concerned about as well is working with Chuck and Hunter and his group is construction access, construction parking, vehicles, equipment, cranes, materials, et cetera, to be able to get in and out. All of those things are working hand in hand, and I think as a city and in working with Mass DOT specifically and with the development teams, I think we have probably at 80% right now a very, very good plan in place of what we want to do in the city and know that we're going to be able to accommodate everybody within the city with parking, both through private lots and through the Springfield Parking Authority as well.
Have the participants in these meetings that you've been talking about included the trial court?
The trial court had been invited. They have not attended the meetings.
However, Chris and I are going to reach out to the trial court and have a meeting with them because we know Senator Konderas has asked for that. So we've been talking about that, and that before we meet next time will happen.
Okay. Thank you.
Quick
State,
update on contracts.
Yeah.
Big public projects as the highway, as the overpass is, have been known to run late. Have you done, what does it mean to you, if it's a year late, have you done some modeling or estimating? How big a deal is that? Now you're in sync, which is great if they stay in sync, but if that one falls out of sync, what happens?
Well, I think they're going to try to go to bid in the next day, or get the package out within the next day or so. So I think they'll make a decision on a contractor and determine the contract they're entering into before our vote in November. Based on that contract, I think we should be able to figure out our schedule relative to them But that's also why we are still in this process. If it runs over a year, yeah, that's not going to be great. But I can't figure out the details at this point. I hear you, absolutely.
With regard to the city, on that same question as well, the viaduct itself, the structural system of the viaduct has been inspected. It is in very good shape. We are basically taking up the structural deck and putting down a new structural deck. So the intent is that, in general, there should be no surprises with regard to the construction. And what we have really done is working with Mass DOT to put enough into the bid package, allowing 24-hour construction when we need to be able to get the contract going, because a lot of the work is going to be precast concrete that's going to be out there. So they're using a lot of accelerated techniques. I think from our end, as a city, we're pretty comfortable with the techniques that are being used and a schedule that is going to be implemented out there. And right now, I think the Mass DOT has done enough background work that there really, really shouldn't be any surprises. Everything is above ground, exposed, and been able to be inspected ahead of time.
Good.
So as Hunter mentioned, we can't cover everything today, but in future meetings, we want to be talking about the contracts that we're signing with vendors, specifically what retailers are going there, what the movie theater is going to look like. We want to talk about the land acquisitions. We've got 90 tax parcels out there. Obviously, the delay has caused us to reorganize that situation. In addition, you can expect from us updates on what we're doing locally with roads and utilities, because we intend to make progress on that between now and November. Every month, I expect we'll come in with an update on the Historic Commission and where we are with that. All we're really trying to do is tie up the loose ends so we can get to our FEIR and really stay on the entitlement track that we've been on. The November vote delayed our construction schedule. It did not delay our permitting, design, and entitlement schedule.
Do you have a date estimated for the final EIR?
We're actually in the process of developing the final EIR document as we speak. We will be ready to submit in November. I think our original submission date was September. We've got some loose ends to tie up. We must finalize our design sufficient enough to close on our historic structure approaches. But with the draft EIR complete, with the certification in hand, we've got our comments, and we're working. We literally had a work session on it this morning, and we're targeting that to go in November. And a 10 to 12 month process that normally is a critical path with the amount of work that we've done to date, that is effectively off of our critical path in terms of an approval, which we're grateful for. Another item, just to bring you up to speed, we're also in active discussions with the construction market, looking at the phasing and sequencing that we have actually done internal, and we're giving it out to the market to get some industry expert response or feedback on that. We will be giving updates on that, including fairly detailed looks at what our phasing and sequencing and access will look like from a construction standpoint. And obviously that plays into our traffic mitigation and management plan during those efforts as well. So in the coming months, we'll be giving you some good updates on that also.
Great. Well, they're all
good. No,
thoughts, questions, thoughts?
Yeah.
I just want to mention one thing that we also said to the folks at Penn. We, as you know, are in our own learning curve in terms of overseeing these processes, and we are anxious to keep up to speed. We're anxious to make sure that we know what's going on. We're anxious to make sure that everything gets adhered to that's been promised, all of that appropriate stuff. But we also don't want to get in the way, and we want to have a very candid relationship with you. If you feel like the reporting requirements or the interactivity is onerous, please say so. And we may agree or disagree, but it's a perfectly legitimate opinion. So as this whole thing unfolds, just let's have a real open dialogue. we know we have a critical priority, which is to make sure that we hit our deadlines and don't hold you up on approvals and so forth. And our consultants will be helping us make sure that we don't get in the way of the schedule. But also what we ask of you needs to be appropriate too, and feel free to talk about that.
Great, appreciate that.
Just one additional note, and for Chuck and for Hunter, obviously, as you're going through and looking towards extending contracts for additional types of work during this period, keep in mind, we certainly encourage you to go out and look for those MBEs and WBs and VBs along the way.
We have a very focused minority and diversity development program that we'll make sure that we give an update on as well, but we hear you loud and clear.
Thanks.
Great.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm going to suggest a quick break. All right, we are about to reconvene the 130th meeting at about 2:30. And are you taking the lead?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sure you recall that on July 10th, Penn reviewed the project schedule, and the commission approved that schedule at that time. And Jack Rowan is back here with us today to present Penn's first quarterly report. And before Jack starts, might just go over a little bit of the process, what we did to develop at least a foundation of Jack's report is to look back at CMR 135, which is really the monitoring regulation set. And in that particular regulation, it gives a list of items that are supposed to be included in the quarterly report. Together we designed at least a format that helped to deal with that. So I might emphasize in this process as Jack moves forward, and we would greatly appreciate your input, any questions or suggestions of how we modify this, the first shot at a quarterly report. So don't hesitate to let us know if it fulfills the need. And with that, Jack.
Thank you, Rick.
Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is getting to be a regular thing.
It is, yeah.
I'm getting to like this chair, feeling comfortable.
Jack, could I interrupt you just 1 second? I'm sorry, I did forget. As usual, I forgot one thing. Is it does indicate a vote on your agenda, but that's typographical error. It wasn't, the quarterly report wasn't required to have a vote.
Okay.
Great.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here today and talk to you about our first quarterly report for progress through June 30th at Plain Ridge Park Casino. I want to touch on a couple of highlights, most notably the fact, and it's the same message we gave you 2 weeks ago, that we remain on target for a June 2015 opening. And I would echo what Rick said. I think an important part of this quarterly report process was the fact that it was simply laid out in the regs, and we were able to sit down and go down each one of them, talk about what we needed to say, what materials we needed to say it with, and it worked out very well, we think.
Great.
And laid a good foundation, I think, for future reports.
Great.
Great.
Okay, thank you. To date, hundreds of what we expect to be about 1,000 local construction workers have been mobilized on the site, resulting in foundations being laid for the casino building, steel being erected, and underground utilities being placed. Thus far, we've spent about $70 million on the project and have $30 million of construction subcontracts committed in addition, all towards our $225 million project cost. The work to date has been in accordance with our comprehensive diversity plan for design and construction. Thus far on construction activity, we've achieved minority participation of 23% versus a goal of 4%. For female-owned businesses, we've reached 6% against a goal of 7%. And while we've struggled, as we've told you in the past, with veterans business enterprises because of its emerging field, we do take note that on the construction workforce side, we've achieved 10% veteran participation level versus an aspirational goal of 3%. So
This is employees or
this
contracts?
is workforce on the site.
Workforce, yeah.
On the site. So while we've been struggling finding business enterprises for veterans, from veterans, we haven't struggled on the employee side as it relates to workforce on the site.
Great.
And we continue to work with Turner, our construction manager, to find ways to better network in the veterans business community. And we're making progress on that. In sum, we're committed to continuing to monitor our vendor as well as our workforce participation rates and strive to maximize opportunities for women, minorities, and veterans on the project. On the operational side, we submitted in May an affirmative marketing plan for the utilization of minority, women, and veteran enterprises. And that plan is expected to be presented to you in the month of August. And as always, want to take a note and thank Jill for her guidance and help on all of these diversity matters. So far, we think we're doing pretty well.
Great.
Let's see, another note. In terms of the permitting process, we are still awaiting the MassDOT MEPA response and the issuance of their Section 61 findings, which are critical to our off-site improvements process. And
When is that expected?
Any day now, we're told. Any day. So we are awaiting. But as we passed on to you during our discussions of the schedule, other permits are in place to keep the work continuing and to keep us on track for a June opening. And I also want to point out that construction activities so far, and they are in full swing, have not impacted our racing operations, and the summer racing program is in full swing. So in closing, just like to say that a lot of time went into this quarterly report. I think the first one of anything is always difficult, but I think we have a good structure as to what's required. I think we worked very well together as a group, and hopefully this report was good, and future reports will be a heck of a lot easier. I want to thank Rick for that, and also our continuing relationship with Pink. I think we all work very well together on this one. And that's the highlights, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Anybody? Commissioner, were you about to say something?
Well, just, I just give you credit for I like the summary, I like the highlights, I like the format, and it's clear that you're making good progress, so thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I think the report format is really very accessible, and you give credit to the regulations, and I'm glad the regulations work that way, but the execution of the intent of the regulations has resulted in a very accessible document.
I think in this case it gave us a good roadmap, and it made it very clear to assemble.
Yeah.
More than just the roadmap, it's very apparent that you take these responsibilities seriously and that you are striving to do an excellent job and meet all the goals. So I commend you for that.
I appreciate it. It's important.
Anything downstream, any wrinkles you see downstream, anything that keeps you awake at night?
Well,
you don't have to answer that question.
Maybe November.
Right.
Yeah.
On the pure construction and development side, no. We inherited a plan, a program, a design team, a construction process. We inherited all of that. We like it, and it's working, and it did what we wanted it to do, and that's help us get off to a good start. We're off to a good, strong start, and now we just need to keep it going. Permitting is lined up, and so we think, except for we certainly like the MassDOT MEPA thing cleared up, so we know our direction there. But other than that, I think we have a good program, and we're just going to keep executing.
Great.
It was helpful for us when we recently got together to understand the process of how Turner and your subs are constantly grappling with the issue of finding minority and women on the construction force, and what appears to be the daily or weekly trips down to the Union Hall to kind of go in and corral people as quickly as you can. So we appreciate the effort and know I think knew from the outset it was going to be a challenge, but certainly approved.
We have a committed partner in Turner. They believe in it, and so do we, and so that resonates down, Commissioner, to the subcontractor level. They know what's expected of them, and so far we just it's going well. We just need to keep executing.
I do want to go back to an earlier suggestion. We've talked about this in the past, and utilizing our good friends over at Veterans Services to maybe get a group together of the local veterans agents from each municipality to get them together at Plain Ridge and talk about the opportunities. They're going to know every vet who's been living in their town, coming back from the current conflicts or whatever, or who has their own business, but also give them an idea of kind of your project and where it's progressing and where you might see opportunities down the line.
I'll make sure we shoot you a note back on that because Turner has really been working on this, trying to better network themselves into the various veterans organizations. So there is a plan to improve, and I'll make sure I shoot you a note on that.
Great, thank you.
Anything else?
No, that's very, very
Thank you.
positive.
Thank you very much.
That's great, good.
Nice
Thank
to have you
very
back.
much.
Nice to be here.
See you soon.
Yeah. All right. Director Day, are you up? We're on to item 6.
We're on to Catherine Blue and item 6.
Okay.
Okay. Item 6, I just wanted to give you a very quick overview of items A, B, C, and D, just to set the table for what we're asking from you in terms of actions today. And then Danielle Holmes is here with me. She's the person in the legal department who's responsible for actually shepherding these regulations through their entire process. But on item A, the calculation of capital investment, as you may recall, this was before the commission last time. What you have in your book is amendments to that regulation that we made consistent with our conversations. We will be asking you today to vote to allow us to file those as emergency regulations and then take them through the process. The gaming schools regulations, you've seen these before. These are the same. There have been no changes, but we're just asking today for you to approve the small business impact statement and to allow us to file those on an emergency basis. And then items C and D, we're just asking for you to approve what is the amended small business impact statement. These two regulations, the vendor licensing and the qualifier, are going through the formal process, and so we're just asking for you to look at the small business impact statement. In one of the documents in your book, the small business impact statement covers more than one set of regs, and so that's why you won't see a separate small business impact statement for each one. So we can go through each of those individually and answer any questions that you have.
Might as well go through, well, we got to go through them one by one to vote anyway, right?
Yes,
So
that's right.
Let's just run right through them.
So item A is the calculation of capital investment. We made changes in that for Region C, and those changes are the changes that we discussed at our last meeting.
And are there and highlighted in red?
Yes,
Right?
that's correct.
Right?
Can I make a small, I think the way this reads, that it would be included, but I know we specifically discussed permitting costs. So is it not too late to just add the word permitting right after costs associated with?
Certainly, we can add permitting in there, yes.
And when,
No, well, it does. Oh, I'm sorry. The last line covered it.
Oh, yes,
Sorry,
it is.
covers
Okay, no,
it.
we do have it in there. All right.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Scratch that.
All right.
I guess, and I don't know the answer to this, but capitalized interest has a clear meaning. It doesn't need to be explained. Capitalized interest, there's a common.
There is, and I would add, since because at least I intended it broadly, just like what it says in the actual regulation.
Oh, it's item
and
11.
other associated financing costs.
Well, but that's not what the motion said. That's not what we approved. We simply.
No, that's, the motion was only for capitalized interest.
That's right.
Right. That's fine.
But you're comfortable that capitalized interest stands
Yes,
alone?
that will cover
that's a
as
meaningful
intended.
term.
Yes.
Okay.
Don't want to be technical, but I just was.
Well, yes, I think it covers it. We don't want to split hairs here.
All right, so do we want a motion on A? Commissioner Zuniga?
Sure. I would move that, at what stage of the regulation are we, is this now the final?
This is the final, it will be filed as an emergency regulation, but we will then put it out for comment. We'll have a hearing on it, so we will have time to make changes if we decide we want to.
Right. So therefore, I would move that this commission approve the regulations as presented here in the packet 205 CMR 122 for promulgation as an emergency and as well as promulgation on the normal course of, on the normal process.
Second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously.
The next regulation is the regulation on gaming schools. This is the same regulation that has been before the commission. We made changes in accordance with our discussions. What we're asking is that the commission approve filing it as an emergency regulation and also approve the associated small business impact statement.
Commissioner Stebbins, does that look all right?
It does. Mr. Chair, I would move that the commission approve the small business impact statement for 205 CMR 134, as well as initiate the emergency regulation process.
Now, the regs is 137. The small business is 134. Am I
Well, the
missing?
I think the
Small business impact is for all of them.
Oh, it's for all of them?
yeah, it's-
So item C is all of the regs. Is that right?
No, there should be two small business impact statements.
I think there's a separate one for this regulation, and then the second small business impact statement covers items C and D on the agenda.
Dean,
The only small business statement I see is 134, and I'm not sure which regs that's referring to.
134 refers to the slots regs, so that's the small business impact statement for the slots.
I don't think we got the other one in our packet.
Under 6D, there is a amended small business impact statement that covers 143, 44, 45, also.
no, those are, the amended is for the slots, or the gaming devices and the new qualifiers. There should be a small business impact statement for the,
No.
Yes, there's an amendment.
You have it?
There's an amended.
There's an
there should
amended,
be one amended and two small
No,
business.
one small business impact.
We only have.
No, I have an amended small business impact.
You do?
At page 152. I don't know if yours are paginated, but
And we have.
it deals with 143, 44, 45. Is that the one you're referring to, Danielle?
No, there should be a small business impact statement for gaming schools separately.
137.
Yes.
Right, but he's.
Yeah.
Commissioner McHugh.
I have two. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I have two. That
We have-
one?
We have the small business impact statement for 134, and we have the multiple one for 43, 44, 45, et cetera. We
Right.
do not have 137, which is the training schools.
I don't either.
all right, then that may not have made it into the book. We have uploaded a number of them. I know it's confusing when we put the books together, so we'll have to bring that back to you at our next meeting.
Well, do we need to do that, or can we go ahead and vote on his motion? I think we're going to be okay with your, just to say, we give you the
Authority.
the authority to process that SBIS.
No, that's-
If you would, we would, that would be helpful, and we'll go
Yeah.
ahead
All right.
with it, so.
Do you want me to
It's
withdraw my
on,
original motion?
can you check page 132 of your book?
That's not paginated.
We're not paginated
What
here.
section
We don't
is it?
have the pages.
They don't-
What
we don't have
section is that, Hank?
Page 132 says 205 CMR. That's the reg.
That's the reg, not the small
Yeah,
business
yeah,
impact
yeah,
statement.
Okay.
It's all right. So
That's
we're-
all right.
No, it's no problem. Yes, why don't you just restate your motion, Commissioner Stebbins?
All right, I'll withdraw my original motion and move that the commission delegate authority to General Counsel Blue to file the appropriate small business impact statement for 205 CMR 137 and initiate the emergency regulatory process for that regulation.
Second?
Emergency and permanent.
Emergency and permanent, I'm sorry.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it unanimously.
Thank you. And we have the final small business impact statement. This is the amended small business impact statement that covers multiple regulations that we had just pulled up.
We still have to do C.
Sorry,
The
did we
vendor
skip
license.
over?
The vendor licensing, oh, the regulations? Okay.
And that has a separate small business impact statement. So part C, 6C is the vendor licensing, which should have a small business impact statement.
Is it just the small business impact statement?
It's just, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And then the
6C.
small business impact statement for the qualifier. That's all, not the regs, right?
Yep. That's right. Those are just small business impact statements, not the regs.
Okay.
So are we looking at just Part C
So
now?
for C would
Which
be
is-
just the small business impact statement
For 134.
for 134, yes.
Right.
Which we passed by emergency in June.
Right.
So now it's a final?
Okay, so
This
we
is
need,
just the next step on the promulgation process.
Okay.
Okay.
do we have a motion to adopt the small business impact statement for CMR 134?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it unanimously. Now we get to D. And this is just a new qualifier. It's all the new qualifier information is, right, is 1 and 2. 3. Okay.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
The language in red for these, for regs 205 CMR 101 and 115 are just updates to existing regulations, is that correct?
That's
Right.
correct, yes.
So we've already had a public hearing on these regs, and we did the initial filing for them, I think back in June or maybe even earlier. So this is post-public hearing, and then we have to file the amended small business impact statement, which is joined with the gaming devices amended small business impact statement, and then file the final version of the regulations. So this is for their final filing.
Right. And these are based on some of the comments we received, obviously, some of these edits.
That's right, yes.
Yep.
All right, so do we have a motion for, you want to adopt all 4 new qualifier regs? And, let's see, all 3, as well as the amended small business statement, right?
We've already taken care of the regs, it's just the amended small business impact statement that you need to approve. The regulations have already been through the vast majority of the process, so there's no change to the regulations. This is what we have to file now to finish.
Okay. I thought the new qualifier was changes to the, like, to those regs.
And you'd already reviewed those.
Okay, fine. So we need a motion to support, to endorse the amended small business impact statement.
I would move that this commission approve the amended small business impact statement as presented here in the packet for regulations 205 CMR 143, 144, 145, 101, 115, and 116.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it unanimously. Okay.
Next, we have the slots regulations. We've already taken care of the amended small business impact statement for them, but I know last time you wanted to review these regulations and you may have questions. So we have CIO Glennon and Mr. Grossman to talk to you about those.
Thank you, Catherine. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, we first presented draft regulations on March 6th relative to electronic gaming devices, electronic gaming equipment, approval of slot machines, electronic gaming equipment and testing laboratories, and possession and transportation of electronic gaming devices. This final draft before you has substantive changes from the first iteration based on our own internal review and the input from collaborative discussions with Penn National Gaming, industry consultants, electronic game manufacturers, independent testing laboratories, and regulators in other similar jurisdictions. We received written feedback from the Association of Gaming Equipment Manufacturers and the Gaming Standards Association as well. Special thanks to Jim Barbie from Nevada, Frank Donahue and his team from Penn National, the folks from Michael and Carroll, Ethan Tower from GSA, Kevin Mullally and Patrick Moore from GLI, Travis Foley from BMM, Derek Smith from Bally Technologies, and Kerry Porterfield from IGT. I very much appreciate and want to acknowledge the support received from former MGC staff attorney Artem Shtetnov. Artem, if you're out there watching, I couldn't have done this without you. And Deputy General Counsel Todd Grossman and Commissioner McHugh. As required, a public hearing was held, testimony taken, and all input received, letters, emails, etc., have been included in the commission packet. I'd like to highlight several areas where we did make changes. First of all, our last conversation, we talked about defining gaming positions in the regulations, and since they're defined in the statute, conversations with council, there's no need to define gaming positions. There's no need to define gaming positions within the regulations. On page 2, we do define the slot machine the way we agreed in at the last meeting. So that under section 143.01, section 2 and 3.
Can I stop you before you leave
Certainly.
page 2,
Yep.
Director Glenn?
Yes.
And because the only question I have about these regs is the next section 4, and the same issue appears a couple of times. Baked into these regulations is a central management system.
Yeah, so we did consider this, and what we would ask is that for your approval with the language that describes the functionality and the requirements, so that if we decide to go forward, we can take advantage of that. I don't think there's anything in here that is going to say that it talks about functionality, not that we have to do something with the central management system. I think it's more around how we would expect to receive the data. So we did not remove the language around the central management system because we have not come to a conclusion on that, on whether or not we're going to require it or not.
Right. But it says, so I thought now that I've read from one of the gaming manufacturers that there's a cost to in the machine if it is central management system ready. Is that right?
No, so for a slot accounting system for the old machines, the SAS-based machines, there is a piece of hardware called a System Management Interface Board, or a SMIB, that's required on the back of each machine in order to collect the data. We're not going to require that to be done unless we go with a central management system. So there is no requirement in a machine for any technology or any components. That would be the only thing that I could think that somebody would have mentioned.
So when we say a gaming device should be capable of providing the commission with a near real-time stream of data, we would interpret that as CMS ready or not, depending on the ultimate vote. Is that?
I think that's well put, yes.
Okay. And structurally, just so I understand this, there is an add-on if we want the CMS, an add-on in the form of a board.
Only
if, we want
if
the
the technology of the electronic gaming device is based on the slot accounting system and not the newer standard. The new communications protocols do not require a system, a SMIB.
I see.
Just a
Okay.
single plug-in
Okay. Okay.
because of the technology.
All right.
Would these regs need to be amended if we don't choose to
I
go?
think we're saying that the machines have the capability to do it. The functionality is built in. That's all.
All right, does the sentence in 4, following up on Commissioner McHugh's comments, about halfway down, if communication between the slot machine and the commission's central control system fails, the slot machine shall not continue to operate, et cetera. Does not presume a CMS?
So I think it may. I think the machine is capable of recording a certain number of transactions for a period of time. And at least one of the manufacturers asked us to modify this section to not require the data to be a full 7 days, only critical items. So we've made some changes to the language to allow for the machine to collect the data if it has lost communication. Sorry, that's probably not clear.
I didn't follow that.
Yeah.
Could we cut through this by saying, as a introduction to the text of 4 and wherever else in the regulations the same theme is repeated, if required by the commission, comma, a gaming device shall?
Certainly.
Would that solve the problem?
I think that would solve the problem. That would be helpful.
And then leave the rest of the text as it is?
Because then we wouldn't even have to go back and amend the regs later.
Right.
It would be available there. And
We just issue a requirement that you have to do it.
It goes a little bit to what we were talking about earlier. We want to make sure that there's no mixed signals given, that we're doing this, the analysis of a CMS is really an objective analysis.
Right.
And if there's this kind of ambiguity in the regs, it suggests that maybe our process isn't really on the level. So I think, Commissioner, but if you carefully went through any place where there was an ambiguous reference that might seem to imply a CMS, if we add those language, we'd be fine.
To be clear, our intent is so the machines have the capability to provide the data to the CMS. So I agree with your suggestion.
Okay.
Commissioner, we'll make that change.
Others? Well, you were going ahead, I guess.
You were going
Yeah.
ahead and I
You were on
interrupted
page
you,
2.
Yeah, so network security, we had originally were adopting, something out of GLI, but it was pointed out to us that really GLI's network security section is guidance. So we've added some language in here that's going to require our licensees to provide us with an infrastructure and data security plan that basically describes how they're going to protect confidential data and their network. And I think that it was a good suggestion, and so we've added that language in as well.
The very bottom of page 5 is another example of the problem that Commissioner McHugh was raising.
Right, so we will make that modification in the communications protocol area. This is another area where there was some significant discussion around requiring the Gaming Standards Association protocol. We've made some changes to the language to allow grandfathering of machines for PEN, if they put in old technology machines, and also to be, I think, less prescriptive in terms of the necessity to put that in. So that's it for that set. Moving on to 144. There is one error on page 9 related to the notification of the commission. We're going to change the language. We changed it from the gaming vendor shall promptly notify the commission within 48 hours, shall promptly to within 48 hours. We're going to change it back to promptly. Apparently 48 hours is not a reasonable timeline in some cases, and we got that feedback today, as a matter of fact. So I think we're going to accommodate that change and change that back.
I was going to comment on that too, because at the hearings, at the regs hearing on the 17th of June, it was prompt, what was it at that point? When we had the hearing, it was promptly, right?
Yeah, I don't know how this got, to be honest with you, I don't know how we changed it to 48. I think GLI had talked about, you know, being a reasonable period of time.
Right.
I think original language had said immediate, and that just was not feasible, I think. So I think promptly is going to be acceptable and reasonable.
Yeah, because I don't know whether, okay, promptly is pretty vague, I guess. So they were saying you got to give us some wiggle room in here because this is such a vague standard. If a negative action, if it becomes aware of an issue that may negatively impact, it's a pretty fuzzy standard here, and to put them under tremendous time pressure to implement it was unreasonable. In their language, I think you said this, they suggested maybe within reasonable period of time. I don't know.
Yeah, so I think promptly is vague enough that it can be within reasonable
Okay.
a period of time, hopefully. Yes? We also made some language changes on page 12 around use of results from other jurisdictions. There was a lot of talk around the laboratories. You know, we had some language we wanted to be able to share results. That just didn't seem practical, so we've changed that, removed some of that section, and changed the language around the expectation that there may be some sharing of results. We've accommodated, rather than having payments have to be done at the time of a transaction to apply for a machine to be certified, we're going to allow some flexibility around maybe some prepayment by manufacturers. They asked for that so that they didn't have to, it wasn't a transaction every time they wanted to work with us. And on page 18, we made some changes in around background checks. I think we had taken our regulations originally from Nevada, and they were really, I think they were pretty stiff. So we've modified that to still require them to disclose criminal convictions or revocation of any credentials, but taken out some other language. And then finally, in 145, possession of slot machines, we've made some modifications around just description of a gaming school, and also allowing for machines to be in the showroom. That was a request on the part of the manufacturers as well. So I think we have a pretty good first start here, and I'd entertain any questions.
I have a question that is based on something I thought I read, but I may not have. First of all, I want to say that the way you've handled the comment letters, both giving us the full text and then giving us the summary and the outcome, is really very helpful. I found it very accessible and really helpful. But it was in that context, someplace, that I thought I read that there's a regulation dealing with hearings, and a provision that said the hearings will be public, but somebody objected and said it should be public only with the consent of the target of the hearing. Does that ring any bells with you?
It does, and I'm going to defer to Todd for the answer on that.
All right. What is that? I went back to read it so I could direct your attention to it, and I couldn't find it again.
14406D. I actually had a question on that.
14406D?
You know, while he's looking for that, I think the idea was that we didn't want to make it always a public hearing. We
Right.
wanted it to be optional if there was information in the hearing that was proprietary intellectual property or confidential, that we could have it would not be a public hearing. I believe that was the thinking.
Oh, and so what is the regulation? 14406D? I don't see it.
Page 14.
Oh, 14.
The first thing we did was we brought this into alignment with our RFA1 process, for which you'll recall we recently made some adjustments. So this is essentially the same process in that it's essentially a suitability review.
Right.
So when deciding between an adjudicatory proceeding and a public hearing, we decided that We will only use the public hearing process and not go to an adjudicatory hearing if the applicant agrees to that, essentially. And that's the way we set up the other process as well.
Oh, I see. The difference is between a adjudicatory and public. In either case, they're both public.
They're both in the public, yes.
Yeah, all right.
It's just
Okay,
the formality of the
that's it.
process.
I misread.
There was
I
one other-
misunderstood. I misunderstood. Okay, got it.
Not to
Got it. We've done that before in other
Yes.
contexts, right?
But why do we need it for a testing lab?
well,
Why do
there
we
are,
need this sort of process for?
there's a suitability review, if you will, and we thought it important to have a process.
Right.
We have a process in place that we're all familiar with, and I think people in the industry are generally familiar with. So we thought it would work well in this context as well. And we wanted to ensure that it was the same process.
But it's important because in the public hearing, there's no right of cross-examination and the like. And therefore, the applicant or the target of an unfavorable hearing, unfavorable report, by agreeing to a public hearing, gives up a number of rights that they should have. They should have the right to present evidence, to examine and cross-examine witnesses the way we did in our suitability hearings. That's the thrust of it, right?
But and I guess, why do we need these for a gaming lab, whereas we don't need it for all kinds of other vendors?
It's actually for the certification of the software, so it's the results of the test. If we turn down, is that not in the wrong set?
No, it's for this. If
it's the lab.
It's a certificate, okay, sorry.
It's for the independent testing lab. I mean, there are 2 or 3 recognized testing labs out here that do a lot of work. Whereas, we have a licensing process that we currently conduct for many vendors, just like these are. Why are these to the level of qualifier as opposed to vendor?
It's a fair question, and I don't know that I'll be able to give you a great answer to that, short of saying that there are suitability processes in place for both. They're both ultimately very similar, where we look at the people who are involved in the entities and we judge their suitability. The process itself is, again, very similar, even though the language, I think, is a little different in the regulations. I think the answer to your question, though, is that when we just viewed these testing labs as slightly different than vendors, in that they are really, in essence, doing work for us as opposed to being vendors. So I guess that would be the distinction. And otherwise, there's no great explanation, I don't think. I guess I would also just add that I think this is the process that other jurisdictions use typically to do this, which is where we got it from.
It's a significant dollar amount for a testing lab. Just as we have dollar amounts for qualifiers, I think that would be a distinction as well.
Yeah, it's
fine. Just
I guess I'd be in favor of revisiting other contexts as well. I think you give up really important rights by going to a public hearing, by going the public hearing route. And so I think people ought to have the right not to do that, these people, anyway.
Is that what you were, were you
well,
about to?
I was before that, but that, I'm fine.
Well, is
I'm fine.
your question, Commissioner, essentially why can't we just approve a lab without any hearing
That's right.
if there's no issue with it?
That's right.
And
Conduct
I-
a process, conduct an RFR, have a response, have, analyze all of their financials, as part of a RFR, for example, and come out of it however we want to.
I think we could. I think just to pick up on what Commissioner Cameron said, I think it's just looked at as an
Critical,
entity.
mission critical, in other words.
Exactly. That's the best way to say it, I would say.
I'm fine.
So you're okay with that? And so did you make a suggestion, Commissioner McHugh, that?
No, I'm happy with it the way it's written.
Okay. Anything else?
I would just make one other quick note. We also made a change, if I may.
Sure.
This is on page 7. We removed, and I just wanted to make sure we brought this to your attention, a number of devices from the list of those that would be considered gaming devices. So it's E through H. And the reason for it is that those devices, we felt, after consultation with Mr. Band, we will develop other regulations that will govern how those devices will be inspected and approved and what the specs on those are expected to be. So we felt like this was not the appropriate section for those devices.
Is this more along the lines of internal control regs?
It would be in gaming equipment regs, and it would spell out pretty much what they needed. We'd inspect those when they go on the floor to make things as simple as that the layout is correct.
Right.
And with the counting, money counting machines, we would actually go and test them prior to them being used to make sure that they operate properly. A lot of stuff you really just can't do in a lab properly.
Okay.
Anything else? So we need a motion for which? Who wants to?
I move we adopt the commission adopt the regulations set out in the packet, 205 CMR 143 and 205 CMR 144, with the amendment, and 145, with the amendment to the provisions of 143.01.4 to insert the words, if required by the Gaming Commission, at the very beginning of that subsection, and to insert similar language each time the regulations refer to a central management system. Period.
Second.
You're looking concerned.
There's just
Is
was,
that right?
the other correction that John requested was the 14402, which is to change back to promptly.
And yes, I accept that amendment to change that section back to a
Promptly.
promptly.
Okay, we have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you very much. That was
you.
very good.
A lot of
That's
work.
good. That's a lot of work, and that's a substantial step down the road.
I want to commend Mr. Glenn, and I think you've done an incredible job of understanding this stuff. I don't know how you understand as much of it as you do, but it's pretty impressive for the short period of time that you've been doing this.
Yeah, it really is.
Okay, item F.
I have Deputy General Counsel Lilios presenting the request for delegation in item F.
Good afternoon. This is a request for the Commission to delegate authority to the Director of Licensing with respect to the issuance of temporary licenses for certain categories of applicants, specifically applicants for gaming employee licenses and applicants for gaming vendor secondary licenses. Under 205 CMR 134.12, and you have a copy of that reg as page 4 of your delegation request handout. Under that reg, a gaming licensee may petition the Commission for the issuance of a temporary license for key gaming employees, and gaming vendors if the applicant has filed a completed application and the gaming licensee certifies and the Commission finds that issuance of the temporary license is necessary for the operation of the gaming establishment and is not designed to circumvent the normal licensing procedures. The standard of review for the issuance of temporary licenses is set forth in the regulation and states that a temporary license may be issued upon a finding that the license itself is reasonably likely to be issued upon completion of a background investigation. Also, under the reg, a temporary license shall expire in 6 months and may be renewed at the Commission's discretion for an additional 6-month period. This request for delegation pertains, again, to gaming employees and gaming vendors secondary, but would leave the determination of temporary licenses for key gaming employees and gaming vendor primaries for the Commission alone. The delegation would require that the director of the IEB agree that the license is reasonably likely to be issued upon completion of the investigation. That is, the permanent license is likely to be issued on completion of the investigation. And the delegation would allow the director of licensing to issue temporary licenses, to deny petitions for their issuance, to refer questionable instances to the Commission for its consideration, and to exercise his discretion to renew temporary licenses for the 6-month period for gaming employees and gaming vendor secondaries. All of this in accordance with the standards set forth in the reg. And the Director of Licensing, David Acosta, is here to give you any further details or answer any specific questions you may have with respect to this request.
Just have a comment. I know this is common practice in other jurisdictions. It assists with efficiency, getting people to work in a timely manner, and I know I'm very comfortable. We have a extremely experienced director of licensing who is very accustomed to looking at and understanding what he's looking at and being able to judge whether or not a temporary license is appropriate. So I'm very comfortable with that delegation.
Thank you. Other thoughts?
I'm certainly comfortable with the delegation. Give me an example or a case scenario where an extension for another 6 months. Typically, why does that happen?
The background investigation hasn't been completed in the first 6 months. Some of the investigations may be complicated. For individuals, a person's background history may vary because they moved around pretty frequently and may require the IAB to request for background information from a number of different jurisdictions, different states that may prolong the length of time of investigation. Doesn't necessarily mean that they'll discover negative stuff, but it just means that the investigation is a little more complicated and takes more time. Some investigations will lead down to a path where they will not be found suitable for licensure, but generally it's because of the complexity of the background of the individual or the entity.
But to take a step back, I mean, one of the reasons for the temporary licensure is that you have some level of expectation that the individual is going to be found suitable, correct?
That is correct.
So, I mean, based on your experience and history, temporary licensures, is there a percentage figure of those that wind up not being found suitable for license?
My experience is that probably 5% or less of the total applicants are denied in the jurisdictions that I have experience with. And that number is even much lower with respect to temporary licensure. So I think the number will be very, very small. Much less than 5%.
It sounds like a suitable step to, as Commissioner Cameron pointed out, get people on the job and not really negatively impact the operations of our licensees.
Other thoughts, questions? I certainly don't see any issue with your ability to judge whether the request is necessary or not. What I'm not quite clear on, how would one come to the conclusion that there's a reasonable likelihood that they will be approved? What is the mechanism that you use to make that judgment?
And on that provision, the agreement of the director of the IEB would be required. And as a prerequisite, first of all, the application has to be complete, and some measure of the investigation would have to have been completed in order for her to have the ability to say,
All right. So
to-
this
to
sort of
conclude
presumes that, like, Cory check is done, for example, or whatever, but some sort of the most obvious and critical problems have been resolved.
I
Okay.
think
The
that's correct,
IRS,
yes.
and the IRS hasn't gotten around to responding to a request for tax returns, which,
Okay, well, with that understanding, I think that's fine, yeah. Okay. Do we have a motion?
I move that we delegate authority to the Director of Licensing for temporary licenses with the agreement of the IEB Director.
Second?
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
We had one item that came up just yesterday I wanted to bring before the commission, and this is to request a delegation to the general counsel of the authority to attend certain conferences, proceedings, or other meetings required or permitted by state or federal judicial rules or orders. Generally, and this is really out of an abundance of caution, generally when the general counsel goes to one of these meetings, it's assumed that they have the ability to represent the commission. But sometimes certain state or judicial authorities will ask for certain evidence of that authority. So what I'm requesting the commission to do is to vote to delegate to the general counsel the ability to represent the commission at those conferences, proceedings, or other meetings required or permitted by state or federal judicial rules or orders. And that way, if I am requested to show some sort of evidence of the ability to represent you, I can refer them back to these minutes. So it's more out of an abundance of caution that we're asking for that.
Questions?
no, as General Counsel Blue says, this is typically when a lawyer shows up and at a conference, he or she is required to file an appearance slip, and that appearance slip under the rules means that they are asserting that they have authority to represent the entity. In the case of public entities, it's sometimes not clear who has authority to represent, and there are multiple people that are there in a decision-making position. So, but potentially in a decision-making position. This says that for purposes of litigation that we're involved in, General Counsel Blue is one of those people. The need for this came up yesterday, and so that's why it's not on the agenda. And it's a general grant, and we can revisit it in an agenda form later.
Yes.
But this would be something we really couldn't anticipate the need for today.
So it has to do with litigation, is that? Or
Right.
It's the most common situation, yes.
Right.
Okay. When you talked about going to conferences, I thought you were talking like the American Gaming Association conference. I couldn't figure out.
No. Permitted, says permitted or required by judicial order or rule. That's the limitation in there.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
I move that we grant and authorize, grant authority to General Counsel Blue to represent the commission at judicially required or permitted conferences or other proceedings.
Second.
Other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Anything else before before topic 7, Region A?
I have nothing.
Okay, then let's take a quick break while we fix some logistics, and we'll be back in 5 or 10 minutes.
All right, I'm going to call back to order the meeting of the Gaming Commission in which we've been engaged today to consider the status of Region A matters. Chairman Crosby has recused himself, and so the 4 of us will proceed as we have with respect to these matters for some time. By way of background, we met a week ago Tuesday on July 15th to discuss the election of the City of Boston to waive its right to arbitration with respect to surrounding community matters involving itself and the Wynn applicant. and its election not to participate further in any negotiation or arbitration process, and decided at that time that even if the city was not going to protect its citizens, the Commission had some obligation to do so with respect to any harmful effects or effects that needed mitigation with respect to the WIN application. We agreed at that time in a preliminary and high-level fashion that the Commission would engage in some outreach, some information gathering, and that we would ask the staff, and did ask the staff, to begin that process, and then to return today to give us a report on what they'd done and what their recommendations were for going forward. I think that fairly summarizes our meeting of July 15th, but of course the minutes, the transcript will show it in more detail. So without further ado, let me ask General Counsel Blue or Ombudsman Ziemba, or both, to bring us up to date on what's happened thus far since last week, and any recommendations you have for how we might proceed from this point forward. Mr. Ziemba?
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. We provide the following update. Staff continues to closely review comments made during the host and surrounding community hearings and written correspondence submitted by Boston residents in connection with the WIN proposal. Staff has reviewed WIN's best and final offer and has met with WIN to understand the basis for WIN's best and final offer. Staff has met with the Commission's traffic consultants to understand traffic impacts to Boston. Staff has been in contact with the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, advising it of the current situation and seeking its input. Staff has also begun to reach out to a number of Boston resident groups that have previously communicated with the Commission. Staff has also reviewed the statute and the regs regarding the Commission's process and procedures to address this situation. The statute provides the Commission has the discretion to designate a community as a surrounding community. Once that designation is made, as was done in the case of Boston, the Commission's regulations provide that the applicant and the community must negotiate a surrounding community agreement. The agreement must provide a community impact fee and address mitigation of known impacts. If the parties cannot negotiate an agreement, the regulations require the parties to enter into arbitration. The regulations further provide that if the community refuses to participate in the negotiation arbitration process, the Commission can deem the community to have waived its surrounding community status. And if the Commission awards a license to the applicant, the Commission can impose appropriate requirements for the mitigation of impacts. Statute also provides the Commission cannot take action on an application until the application is complete. An application is not complete until, among other things, all surrounding community agreements are executed. So in order for the Commission to award a license in Region A, the Commission could consider the following. The Commission will need to consider whether Boston should be deemed to have waived its surrounding community designation based on its decision not to participate in the arbitration process. As noted, we received correspondence from the City of Boston. In the correspondence from the City of Boston, Boston cited the Commission's applicable regulation, 205 CMR 125.016A2, which states in part, in the event a community designated as a surrounding community fails or refuses to participate in the arbitration process set forth in 205 CMR 125.016C, the Commission may deem the community to have waived its designation as a surrounding community. Following that letter, the City advised the Commission that it did not plan to participate in a process for determining measures that could be implemented through conditions. Since Boston's decision not to participate in arbitration, the Commission has not received any correspondence from the City regarding its surrounding community status or any requests for regulatory measures to enable Boston to maintain its status within the statutory framework.
Can I interrupt you there for just a second? The staff reached out to WIN to get more information from them about the best and final offer. Is that right?
That's correct.
And at the same time, did the staff reach out to the city to ask them what their last and best position was, or what they had been trying to get out of this negotiation process, what their demand was, or what their offer was?
Yes, Commissioners, I reached out to the city. I asked them if they had a best and final offer, and if they did, would they be willing to share it with me? I also asked them if they had any information about impacts that they would like to share with me. This is about a week ago now. They said they would get back to us if they had anything, and we've had no further conversations.
So we've reached out to the city to try and figure out where the city was going, where the city wanted to wind up, where the city thought it could, mitigation was needed, and the city has declined to give us even that information.
That's right.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Ziemba, if you would, please. Sorry.
So in addition, the commission should encourage both parties to enter into negotiations at any point in the process to reach a mutually acceptable agreement, either before any decision on the license or after any decision on the license. The commission could review any agreement and consider amending any appropriate conditions if a license is awarded to Wynn. Additional steps we've taken and we're recommending. In addition to outreach to Boston resident groups, the commission should encourage Boston residents to provide any thoughts on impacts and appropriate measures through the current request for comments on the Wynn Transportation Plan due August 1st and during the upcoming host community hearing to be held on August 12th. I do note that we just recently received an email from the Rutherford Ave group requesting that we hold a community meeting as well. Staff, we did advise them of the upcoming host community hearing where there's an opportunity to testify. Staff and the commission's consultants will continue to review any comments submitted pursuant to the Massachusetts Environmental Policy Act process currently underway, and any decision comments are due on August 8th. We recommend staff should review Wynn's best and final offer as part of the effort to create conditions on any license that may be awarded to Wynn. In addition to any conditions arising out of the Wynn best and final offer or otherwise, the commission could consider whether it could pursue the appointment of an independent third party to study the traffic impacts on Boston resulting from the Wynn project. The statute provides, as you know, Commissioners, the statute provides that licensees are responsible to complete projects to account for traffic mitigation prior to opening. In regard to the independent third party, an independent third party could act as an advocate for the residents of Boston and report back to the staff regarding what measures, if any, in addition to those provided in the Wynn best and final offer or identified through the MEPA process, are necessary to mitigate traffic impacts on Boston. The third party could recommend a process to determine what the impacts are, how the impacts should be mitigated, and how the cost to mitigate those will be determined. The staff could review the recommendations and present them to the commission for consideration. Any recommendations accepted by the commission could be incorporated into the license agreement should Wynn be awarded a license. One other note, we also recommend that the commission extend an invitation to Mohegan Sun to meet with commission staff and its consultants to describe its agreements with its agreement with the city of Boston. This is recommended to give Mohegan Sun the same opportunity afforded to Wynn to provide valuable information directly to the commission's consultants engaged in the application review process.
Okay, that's helpful. Why have you limited the reach of an independent advocate, if you will, to traffic considerations? What's the thinking for that?
Well, part of the reasoning is obviously there's a community mitigation fund that has been established to mitigate impacts. That is available.
The statutory community mitigation fund?
Correct.
Okay.
That is available to mitigate impacts that are determined basically after the licensees are operational or
Right.
have been in the development process.
Right.
But at this stage and point, we need to make determinations regarding what are the plans that are approved by the commission and what are the infrastructure improvements that need to be made as part of the process. Now, obviously, MEPA has a review. The experts at DOT are currently reviewing all of these plans. and they will review these as they go forward in the review process and in their permitting process. But we are at a critical stage in our licensing process as well, and a significant amount of work will be required regarding traffic mitigation as we move forward. In addition, there is a regional context. We have heard time and again from numerous communities in the region how important this specific portion of the traffic infrastructure is to them, and it's been the #1 concern raised by citizen groups and others.
Traffic has been the #1 concern raised by citizen groups. Is that what you said? That wasn't a statement, that was a question.
That is correct.
All right. The final comments, or the comments with respect to WIN's final environmental impact report are due when?
August 8th.
August 8th.
Are the comments, and the decision is anticipated on the 15th of August.
All right, so on August 8th, all the comments from people who wish to come and have to be in, and on the 15th, the secretary or his designee, whoever does this, makes the final decision. And that final decision could be to accept the final environmental impact report, or to say it's incomplete, insufficient, or otherwise, and require further filings.
That's correct.
That's right.
Okay.
What was the August 1st date you threw out again, John?
We have a request for comments on the transportation plans that were presented.
That's our deadline.
Yeah.
Okay.
I failed to understand your recommendation relative to inviting Mohegan to explain their agreement and how that dovetails into WIN.
One of the difficulties of engaging in this process is that we're in the middle of a competition. And every opportunity that we give for the WIN folks to further explain their transportation plans, we want to make sure that it is an even-handed approach, such that the Mohegan Sun folks would get an opportunity to present not only their transportation plans, but all other items that were included in their agreement with the City of Boston. If one party is having direct communications with our consultants, we think that it's fair for the other party, even though we're not engaged in a process on their agreement with the City of Boston, but they should be given the same opportunity so that it's even-handed nature as part of our review process.
Okay.
There's really three not always consistent goals that we have to look at here, right? I mean, we've already started down the path, and we have to continue down that path. The city's basically, without saying that, telling us why, they've basically said we're not interested in advancing any mitigation issues with respect to the WIN applicant. We're not going to negotiate with the WIN applicant. We're not going to go to arbitration with the WIN applicant. We're not going to tell you what things we think need to be mitigated. We're just abandoning that section of the city. So we have some obligation to look after the impacts that have to be mitigated. I think we all agree on that. But as you say, Ombudsman Ziemba, in doing that, we've got to do it in a way that maintains our neutrality, because we're ultimately going to judge between the two applicants. So we can't either give the appearance of, or actually get into a position where we are creating something that looks like we are favoring one over the other. And the third thing that occurred to me as I've been thinking about this over the past week is that we've got two communities who engaged in the arbitration process, did the best and final arbitration process, went to arbitration, and lost, and are unhappy, as all people who lose at arbitration are, understandably, but they followed the process and they went through the process. The idea that you can improve your hand by not going through the arbitration process and letting the commission do some work for you and perhaps put you in a better position than you would have been in if you lost the arbitration, strikes me as something that they might well and legitimately be concerned about. We have to, it seems to me we have to think about that as well. I don't know what the others think about that, but that occurred to me as I was thinking about it over the last week too. Any thoughts on that? It seems to me we've got to keep those processes those considerations in mind as we move forward.
In addition to, well, I agree, and there's a tension among them, obviously.
Right.
And in addition, there's this sort of catch-22 between the completion of the application and the ability of the commission to reach a condition, let's say, go through the evaluation process, reach a number of conditions if the city continues to be designated as a surrounding community because that process has not been concluded.
So we have a couple of decisions, right? We're talking about whether or not to, and maybe it's a question of we'll need to at some point in order to continue the process. That's the designation piece. And the other piece is how do we best look at those impacts on behalf of the city? What's our best mechanism for doing that without being having an appearance of being unfair to other communities and or the other applicants? So those are that's where we need to balance those interests. But I do feel strongly about the fact that we do have that responsibility on behalf of the residents of the city to make sure we've considered all the impacts and that conditions would be appropriate for those impacts.
How about if we unpack those? I think I think those are the two major decisions, Commissioner. But let's take the first one, the determination that the city's waived its right to surrounding community status. Does it make sense to just take a look at that one first? I mean, that's.
Yes.
It seems to me that ultimately we do need to come to grips with that substantively, but that now isn't the time to do it. Because even though it looks hopeless, I think we should continue to urge the city to reach out to the Wind people and do some negotiation. And as long as they're a surrounding community, they have the right to do that, and they have a right to a surrounding community agreement if they can reach one. And I'd encourage them to reach one and not give them an easy pass away from exercising that responsibility by taking away the surrounding community designation now.
I agree with that. I would like to see us at least reach back to the city and help them understand what that action, if we undertook it, again, probably not today, but if we undertook it, what it meant, what it means for our process, what it means for the city of Boston, so they understand the ramifications of the de-designation if we did that.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. Hope springs eternal, and possibly they could get back and negotiate. And I think for us to remove that possibility would not be prudent at this time. I think we have up until the final licensing decision to deal with that matter. So it's not imperative that we do that this week or next week.
But that would assume that the application is complete. And if it isn't, there's a catch-22 here that created by these circumstances, along with the superposing of different regulations here.
Well, there's a timing thing. I think
Yes.
ultimately we'll have to face that issue substantively, and I think that and we have to make sure there's a completed application, and we certainly have the right to deem them to have waived their surrounding community status, and they cited the very regulation that says that. So they declined to engage and participate in the arbitration process, knowing that that was a clear likelihood that if they pursued that route, that's what would happen.
That's right.
So, but all I'm saying now is that we don't have to do that now. We don't have to think about that now, and we can still encourage them to continue to encourage them to negotiate to see if they can come up with a surrounding community agreement. Likelihood is they're not gonna, but.
No. I agree with that. I just want to make sure that our staff has had communications with the city of Boston so that they're pretty clear on what that means and how they, every step of the process, for their benefit.
I mean, obviously, the city of Boston is pretty knowledgeable about our regulations, but we have not had a conversation about this direct issue up to this point.
Okay.
Well, I look forward to discussing that substantively whenever we get around to it.
And we'll have to. I mean, in effect, the two primary benefits of surrounding community status are the right to a surrounding community agreement and the right to participate in the statutory hearing that we're now in the process of holding. They've elected not to participate in the surrounding community negotiations. They've, in fact, waived one benefit, and they've never showed up at one of these, at the statutory surrounding community hearing that we've held. So, anyway, but we don't have to deal with that. We don't have to deal with that now. Are we agreed that we can just put that to one side? Okay.
Yes.
So now what do we do? One of the benefits of the surrounding community process, the negotiation process, is you have two people, two entities that represent self-interest working toward a middle, and we don't have that here. The idea of appointing somebody, if we decided to go that route, who could look at traffic, who could look at the best and final offer and see if there were anything omitted from that was fundamentally unfair to a section of the city, might be a way to proceed. I still am troubled by the idea of having the commission create a process that would improve the city's chance of getting a better outcome than if it lost the arbitration. I'm troubled by that, but I welcome everybody else's thoughts on that.
I'm not as troubled by that. Because I think if we had an advocate that was, certainly just had the best interest of the residents of Boston and had access to all of our consultants and all of the information from the applicants, and could speak to whomever they deemed appropriate. I don't see, because we don't know what a result of an arbitration would have been. So I think just having a fresh set of eyes, take a look on behalf of the residents I look at that as maybe a good way to proceed. It's, we're the commission, we make the ultimate decision. To have someone else take a look and maybe make recommendations to us as to what they see after speaking to everyone and understanding the issues, I see as a possible way to proceed that makes some sense.
I don't necessarily disagree. I guess what's in the back of my mind is related to timing, keeping with the timing of closing our host community agreement, or a host community hearing, being able to, the challenge of going out and actually selecting an individual. I'm certainly mindful of, the talented group of people that we have assembled to, traffic is one area that we've brought on a pretty experienced team of consultants, and one who we've obviously have cleared of any conflict of interest, obviously, going through that whole process of selecting a consultant. But I don't necessarily disagree. I'm mindful of how this fits in with the schedule that we're under, and whether an individual would have the appropriate amount of time to even conduct this work.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, no, yes, I'm not just mindful, but I'm worried, but exactly about the same thing. I'm concerned that there would be some getting up to speed by whomever, you know, on a lot of the background that has already, an information flow that has already taken place. I was rereading the. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was rereading the section of the statute that this applies, that you know, the community mitigation recently, and you know, it clearly, which we have articulated well in regulations, and it's all relative to direct impacts. And and it occurs to me that when parties come to negotiations and eventually arbitration, they're making their best guess. They're projecting, you know, those impacts, but they are making a projection with the information available. And I wonder if there's a process that could be put together that would be similar to the look back that I know what you know, Penn and others were able to negotiate with some of the surrounding communities around them, that would really, you know, move this process forward. Whether that's an independent party that helps us do that, or our consultants, or a combination of them. Anyway, I just wanted to kind of throw that out there.
Right. It seems to me that in the negotiation, the two sides often are doing more than just looking at the impacts. That's why we talked about before that you can get a lot more from a negotiation, potentially, than you can get by order of the commission. That's in fact why we have that fundamentally inconsistent process, and took away some things that had been negotiated because they weren't called for by the statute. So you can always get much more by negotiation than you can by this. And in terms of timing, I don't think we have to be limited by the end of the statutory hearing. It seems to me we have to make a decision by then as to whether to deem the city to have waived its rights. But the information gathering by an independent person or by staff can continue right up till the time we make our decision. We'd hope to have it before that, but we'd have to have it before that. But that's not a limitation on the time. So there's basically the whole month. There's basically some time left to do that. But Commissioner Cameron, let me just probe a little bit on the there's no harm to allowing an independent person and or staff to think about the best outcome, as opposed to being bound by or using as a point of departure the best and final offer. How does that impact the people who
I wasn't
followed the
talking
rules?
about an outcome as much as I was as a person to look on behalf of the citizens at the impacts.
Right.
So we're looking at real impacts
Right,
here.
right.
And I wouldn't necessarily think that it would be needed just to look at transportation.
No, I hear you, okay.
So I would think this person would be looking at, and you know, as was just pointed out, you know, it is someone's best estimate, right? Whether that be transportation, whether that be schools, whether that be appropriate resource, whatever impacts may be there. So our consultants advise us, right, with their expertise, but it's an opinion. It's their educated opinion. So I was looking for this person to not negotiate a deal, but just to really look at the impacts with a fresh set of eyes and advise us and come back and make recommendations. Ultimately, the decision is ours. It's not any kind of an attempt to have someone else make that decision. It's just someone with a fresh set of eyes that could take a look on behalf of the city at those impacts, ask a lot of questions, and be free to speak to both applicants. Again, we are trying to be fair to everybody here, and I am cognizant of that. But then come back and make recommendations to us as to what that person sees as impacts.
Well, that course of action certainly would help with the neutrality piece, and it would help with the mitigation piece, and it would be from the sort of self-interest piece that is present when you have two self-interested entities negotiating with each other. What, in your view, though, would be the effect of the best and final offer that the win interests put on the table? How would that play into what this person is supposed to look at?
It would be one piece of documentation, one document out of many that this person would take a look at, is how I would see that. Again, it's the recommendations back to us, and then it would be our judgment as to whether some of those recommendations did in fact improve, if we saw that to be the case. But I would think that would be a piece of information. There's so many comments and studies that have been done,
right.
and our experts have really taken a lot of time to look at these issues.
Any other?
Yeah, I'm having a hard time trying to imagine, trying to put myself, and maybe I just shouldn't, in the shoes of this person. What is the frame, what is, and perhaps that's part of the question that Commissioner McHugh is asking. What is the framework? What are the boundaries?
Right.
What is this information that I, as that person, may have never looked at?
Right.
And are we being overly optimistic as to what could be achieved out of that?
I'm always overly optimistic.
Well, and
Well, you are. That's one of your graces.
Yeah.
One of your many graces.
When you had an arbitrator or even a panel of arbitrators, you had a process that was in regulation, that was very clear with the safety valve of the fundamentally inconsistent petition. You had two offers, and
it's not. You'd love it to be that clean, but it's not.
well, that's what I mean. And perhaps I am a little too pessimistic, but I'm trying to imagine what, under what framework, under what guidelines, somebody comes in, out of whatever, and makes this work, or provides those recommendations that you keep talking about that we will then, weigh against each other. But that's just.
You picked up correctly what I was trying to get at and think about out loud without actually going there as directly as you did. But what is the mandate? What's the framework for this person's operations? And I think Ombudsman Ziemba, by suggesting traffic, was trying to do the same thing. Here's a piece. I guess I had a little bit broader mandate in mind, which would have been taking into account the best and final offer. Take a look at traffic, which every time you mention this application, people talk about traffic, right? Fairly, unfairly, whatever. And take a look at traffic, make recommendations about traffic, and I'm still thinking at a high level, and tell us about any fundamentally unfair deficiencies in the best and final offer. I mean, is there something out there that really needs to be corrected for this thing to work. I mean, that's a hypothetical mandate. It makes a person's commission comprehensible. Still is a lot of work, but at least it gives some recognition to the fact that only one person participated in this and put a best and final offer. It takes some impact, and it's not inconsistent with what we can do anyway. I mean, we can impose any kind of conditions we want on the license, even after the arbitration process goes forward and is over. We can add more things. So I mean, that might be the kind of frame, and I just throw that out as a possibility. But that would make the job comprehensible rather than go out and explore the whole world and come back to it.
That's right. Well, that I would be a lot more comfortable in terms of timing, or setting up somebody for success, not necessarily failure.
Right.
And by the way, we could always take it incrementally, right? We could always say, here's the mandate for now. Come back.
Right.
And then through the process, well, there might need to be another mandate here,
Right.
because if that's the case, right?
Well, I think impacts are pretty well defined, right? Legislation speaks to many of them, regulations. We've had 2 prior processes where we've really dealt with impacts as communities have dealt with them. It's not always easily, not always a clean solution, but we have dealt with impacts, so I don't think we're talking about things that are totally unknown at this point.
No, and but in the other cases, we've always been reviewing something that other people hammered out, right?
Yes, that is the difference.
And that's the difference here. We hold one of the hammers here, and it's uncomfortable. Necessary, but uncomfortable, just in terms of our function as the decider.
Well, and that's what I liked about a fresh set of eyes.
Yeah.
That's
No,
one of the
I hear
things
you. I hear you.
Liked about that was.
And I'm tending in that direction as well. The question is, what's the fresh? What kind of a mandate do we give the fresh set of eyes? Is it completely open-ended, or do we say, here's traffic, and here's the BAFO, and the point of departure, traffic's wide open, because there's so much information, and we know a lot of the information, and we're going to get more of the information. It's out there for everybody to know, but somebody who's simply looking at it from the city's standpoint would be a fresh set of eyes. So that's one thing that we could say. And we could also say, here's the BAFO. Tell us about any fundamentally wrong, fundamentally missing things here.
One thing I will mention is the city will likely speak on transportation and other impacts as part of its submission for MEPA.
Right.
It is highly likely that they would submit that. So there'll be a further known of information about what the city feels about current plans, future plans, et cetera.
But we
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just wonder, given the history here, we can't count on anything. I mean, it may be an anchor to windward, but we can't count on anything.
No, and one of the pieces in thinking about what expertise or what we want this person to look at, and certainly a lot is going to be covered by the FEIR certificate, I think, from the Secretary of Environmental Affairs. So having somebody who's got the expertise to also digest that, as well as our consultants have been able to digest that as well. I want to take just a quick step back and think about the invitation that we've received to go back into, I'm assuming it's the Charlestown neighborhood, to have a hearing, talk about issues, talk about, maybe having such a hearing produces an index of the things that the residents of the city of Boston want us to look at. And building off of whatever we hear there, that might translate into responsibilities or, activities of this advocate?
I think having more input is always great, although we have heard, we've had two hearings where a lot of people from Charlestown show up, and, it's all documented. We can go back to each one of the comments, and, a lot of those are really along the lines of traffic.
I think we need to think about that. I think that at this point, we're going to have an open hearing at which we close the statutory hearing. We're going to post that within days, and we'll hear from everybody that comes. What I think would be most useful at this point would be to have an independent, fresh set of eyes, perhaps staff, meet with folks looking for solutions or looking for ways to deal with traffic issues, or explaining in detail why no solution will work, rather than a large gathering at which we get, understandably, a lot of individuals who are who have been working diligently on an idea for a long period of time, and understandably have a position that's going to be very hard to change. There may be a role. Staff may suggest at some point that there's a role for that. But it seems to me a more productive role, a more helpful role, a more useful role would be to take a look here at a give and take, and an environment in which a give and take can occur. That's very hard to do in a auditorium with 500 people. Although that kind of a hearing may be, at least from my standpoint.
Yep.
I don't know, Bruce, I'm not trying to shoot that idea down.
No. I was just thinking, we had an invitation extended to us, and I just saw it maybe as a way to really focus this fresh set of eyes into looking at, yes, we know the predominant amount of comments come from the question of transportation. We've seen in other surrounding communities where folks have raised the issue of public safety. I don't know what we might learn that we don't already know, but to give that as some type of direction to our fresh set of eyes may or not be helpful, but in the end, we still have to think about an invitation that we've got to have a hearing.
Right. If the fresh set of eyes would be an independent person, not our agent, and we could certainly let him or her know if we decided to go that route, that this invitation was there, and we could find other ways to respond to it. I don't think we ought to ignore it. I just am trying to struggle with how we've got a limited amount of time. How do we get the best information while maintaining neutrality and giving due weight to the fact that others participated in a process we created and didn't win? And I'm trying to be fair to everyone.
Can I just ask, what are the assumptions in this third party? Is it a paid volunteer, a citizen of somewhere, or an unpaid? I meant to say an unpaid volunteer, a paid consultant, because I would imagine that we would like somebody to have some familiarity in urban planning or traffic, or at least understanding of the issues before them, or maybe arbitration processes.
Now that we have this person up on a pedestal, we have
Right.
to find the person.
We have to find the person, yes. Yeah, and in short order, by the way.
Well, I know there have been individuals who have contacted the commission and volunteered to do something meaningful. But I think we would have to talk about a process. Do we say, look, if you're interested in helping out the city, I'm just not sure about the process. But I thought of it less as a real expert, as more of someone who's cares deeply about the city, the region, the Commonwealth, and would look at this as a meaningful project to take a look at these impacts. So,
Yeah, I'm not sure we can get into a process now
I know.
today, because we don't know. This is a constantly evolving environment. And, you know, there may be things that occur next Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday that make clear what we're trying to do, where we're going, and make the need for an independent set of eyes go away. Next Monday, but next week sometime. You know, the city could decide to go back into negotiations. It's not likely to happen, but so it seems to me the best we can do today is come up with a plan that has a number of elements, and then say, let's go about implementing that plan without getting down into a process kind of thing, and here's who's going to do what, and we're going to have this step followed by this step followed by this step, because I think we have to maintain maximum flexibility in totally uncharted waters. That would be my recommendation.
So can I recommend, I mean, we have two kind of quick immediate steps that we've already talked about to some degree. One is having staff communicate back to the city of Boston the whole nature of the impacts and ramifications of de-designation as a surrounding community. Secondly, again, you know, we have an invite for a public hearing. How do we deal with that? When do we deal with that? Do we want to do that? I mean, you know, hopefully those are two we check off.
Commissioner, we have obviously reached out to a number of different groups for at least that smaller meeting that we discussed, and for next steps, I think that'd be a good thing to try to convene as soon as possible.
Okay.
If it's possible that we can have this person, if that person is available to help out with that process, that would be great. In any regard, we can continue on as staff in reviewing everything that we've been talking about, getting further input from MAPC. We have a meeting scheduled for early next week. So there are a number of things that will allow us to carry on while we pursue this idea. And just one other thing I wanted to mention is that obviously we have an applicant that is involved. That applicant was going through the process as they were supposed to in regulations. We'll have to keep them in mind that they have not heard this idea of any independent third party. Certainly they may have some ideas about how they might want to have input to that party, et cetera, et cetera. These are all things that can be considered over the next few weeks.
Well, this party would be, well, we take comments on everything from everybody, and they certainly would have an opportunity to comment. This person would be, as I understand Commissioner Cameron's thoughts, this person would be an advocate for the city, basically. So this,
correct.
I mean, and the question of the scope of this person's mandate would certainly have to be clear and transparent, and the results would have to be clear and transparent, so that there's nothing that everybody doesn't know about what this person is concluding and recommending. So we'd need to work out all those details. But those are details that we certainly can work out within a principle that would maintain our equilibrium between the two applicants. One reason perhaps to think about, at least initially, having the staff respond to the groups that they've reached out to, rather than us as commissioners going over and hearing one side of a story suppose, let me just hypothesize here a plan still at a fairly high level. It's not it's because it's evolving. A plan in which we ask the staff to continue to reach out to the city, to encourage them to encourage them to negotiate with WIN, encourage them to tell us what it is that they think are things that fundamentally need amelioration for this project to succeed, to meet with the people they have reached out to, and that we consider as a commission if appropriate, reaching out to somebody to act as an advocate for the city with respect to traffic issues and ask that person to make recommendations about any fundamental omissions from the WIN BAFO that she thinks ought to be remediated for this project to succeed. And then, if circumstances dictate, come back and recommend changes to that approach at our next meeting. And in any event, update us on where we are at the next meeting. We don't have a lot of time.
I'm fine with that.
I'm okay with it.
What do you think, Commissioner?
I think that you outlined our thoughts very well, as always, and I am concerned about the time, though. I think that to give someone, if we go in this direction, the month of August would be appropriate, but we don't meet again for 2 weeks, so.
Right, right. Well, we could always, if there's something that really has to be decided, that's of course the other piece of our puzzle. We can only meet in these, and this is appropriate. I mean, we should be out here talking about this in public, but we need to meet on 48 hours notice, and we need to meet in this kind of an environment. So we can't just make a decision on, some night that we're going to change course. But we can, if something comes up that needs immediate attention, we could schedule a special meeting. What do you think about that kind of a lineup? What's your reaction?
I think that's appropriate. Let's move forward. We've already done the outreach to a lot of different groups. We'll undoubtedly hear from other groups. We'll try to make sure that it's a balanced approach within Charlestown. Obviously, there have been a number of differing opinions raised over the years. So we'll continue to do that and do these steps and work with Director Day and all the mechanisms that would be needed to have this person aboard and the other steps that you identified.
Okay, and I just want to pause for a minute. I mean, yes, we've heard predominantly from residents of Charlestown because they are the closest abutting neighborhood to this project than ever. But the whole city of Boston is designated as a surrounding community, so I think we should imply, however we can, that comments and thoughts and ideas are generally are welcome from throughout the city of Boston, even though obviously we've heard mostly from the neighborhood of Charleston.
Well, and on that note, as I understand it, the complexity around Sullivan Square, because we're talking traffic, and that's on the top of the agenda for, at least for this discussion. It strikes me as it's really a regional. There's more than one party here, not just clearly the people in Charlestown are, but there's a lot of people that go through that intersection. So I wouldn't try to limit it to any one group. I think we should be as broad as possible in the regional, and having MAPC, the input of MAPC, I think is very important. But implications around other cities is also very important.
For example, our comment on transportation, obviously that is open for everyone to comment.
Right.
We welcome comments through MGC comments.
Right.
We'll look at all of the MEPA-related submissions. Undoubtedly,
Right.
numerous communities will submit comments to that as well.
Right.
Yes, and that is part of our ongoing responsibility. That's what we've done with respect to every license consideration we've made thus far. And it seems to me we've got to, and that's part of the difficulty of this, we've got to line that up and run that in parallel with the concerns that arise out of the city's refusal to participate in the process of ensuring that its own citizens are, the adverse impacts on its own citizens are mitigated. Those two processes, one's a general process that we run all the time. The other is one born of this necessity. And And it seems to me we don't necessarily deal with things differently, but we have to keep those two tracks in mind and recognize that they are separate tracks, although closely related. I would hate to divert energy, for example, from what's on our plate by going out and reaching out now to a whole bunch of new groups in surrounding communities all over the place and start reinventing the wheel on some of that stuff.
Yeah, I didn't mean it in that context, but thank you for that clarification.
Yeah. All right, should I try to restate that, or is it clear enough what,
Yeah, it's
do
clear.
do we have a consensus around, I don't think we need a vote, do we have a consensus around?
I think you capsulized our consensus at this point very well.
Commissioner?
Yeah, I would agree. So we're going to continue to gather information. Staff will have meetings, and we're going to explore this alternative possibility.
Of a person to act as an advocate for the city?
Yes.
And then the next step is for staff to develop a mechanism and process for making, for bringing to our attention the results of all of this. When, how, and in what form? I guess how is in what form, but when and how?
What, when, where?
Right. Who, what?
Tall task for staff.
Right. But as usual, they're capable of doing all this. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
Any
conversation.
further business, comments, commentary,
No, that was a good discussion.
motions?
To adjourn, so moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it unanimously. We are adjourned.